debate, from 2 assassination attempts on one of the candidates, the former president, from a new candidate campaigning in about 100 days, and here we are essentially tied.
And it gives us an idea of the acceleration of the news cycle, that all of that, which was really so very recent and so extraordinary, it sort of passed into and disappeared. I mean, Biden, it seems like Biden's been gone forever. She's been the candidate forever. The assassination attempts, which we thought would leave such a big mark on President Trump's standing, former President Trump's standing, it's vanished from sight. It's not even, it's not even talked about.
But why is that?
Well, I think part of it's, as I said, the acceleration of the news cycle, that we move on very quickly from one thing, no matter how major, to another. And the only things that kind of stay in the news are things like the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East. But even today, we had a major development in the Middle East with the firing of the Israeli defense minister, and that'll pass without notice tonight. Almost
barely
remarkable.
It is stunning, and when Biden dropped out, it knocked the assassination attempts off the top of the news list. But
we are going to speak with our panel because we're getting raw vote total in, right?
About seconds away from 9 states: Ohio, Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, plus critical battlegrounds.
We're going to do a great job for North Carolina.
Georgia, this election right here is a fight for the future.
With 97 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
And it is 7 o'clock on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in half a dozen states. The Fox News Decision Desk is making its first calls. The most closely watched state this hour is Georgia, one of 7 battleground states that could decide the presidency. That one obviously is too early to call.
And we'll dig into those numbers soon. It's also too early to call Virginia, though.
Kentucky looks like it's going for Trump.
In our Fox News voter analysis, waiting for the raw vote total to dump there. Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Indiana.
So Indiana's going for Trump. Kentucky's going for Trump.
And it is too early to call the state of South Carolina. But former President Trump has the lead there, according to our Fox News voter analysis.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris will sail to victory in liberal Vermont. And as we look at the race for 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes to win. Throughout the night, we will be adding up
so we got 2 states going for Trump and 1 state going for Harris. So this is my live coverage of the election. It's November 5th for the ones that don't know. And I'm going to be also doing a Spaces in 15 minutes, set that up. And hopefully people that want to call in and talk about what they're seeing at their polling or in their state, or your opinion about the election, that would be great if you would like to chime in during this live broadcast. Please, if you could, make sure you subscribe to my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. All the links are in the description box of this video and all my videos. So just go into the description box and click the links and subscribe to all the channels. It's really important to help support my work. In addition, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the health supplements. Throughout the, when it's a little in a lull period during the election cycle or the election tally here, I'll discuss a little bit about what supplements that you could get on my store that helps with slowing down the aging process, boosting up your immune system, building up energy levels. All right. So with that, let's go to Fox. I'm watching Fox, Bloomberg, Balance of Power, and Live Now by Fox. All right. So Fox News and Live Now. All right, and Bloomberg. So I'm gonna primarily watch Fox News, but let's see what happens. And I got
it's very interesting
BC.
because for one of the first times in a long time,
CNBC over here.
memory, I guess going back to FDR, the late 1800s, we've got a candidate on the ballot where you can compare the number from 4 years ago and compare the number from 8 years ago. So we're going to do this a lot throughout the night. We'll get a measure about how Trump is performing versus Hillary Clinton and versus Joe Biden. So let's go back 8 years now. Just watch his number here with 2/3 of the vote reporting in Florida. This is one county in Jacksonville. So, all right, here we go. Trump was just shy of 50 against Hillary Clinton in that county. And then 4 years ago, he was a little less than that, about 2.5 shy of the midway mark and overall Duval. So he's doing right about the same number he did with Joe Biden 4 years ago. So let's look at Volusia County. Okay, you got a little more of the vote in here. Trump easily at nearly 60% of the vote. 77% reporting. Flagler, 86% reporting as well. So we expect him to do quite well in Florida. Let me move away from this because what I wanted to show you in a moment here is we're just getting a flavor right now of perhaps what the suburban vote is doing for Trump versus Harris, and then what the rural vote's doing. And what I did was I want to pick out two places here because there's a county just north of Indianapolis. This is Hamilton County, population about 350, 360,000. About 2/3 of the vote coming in right now. What I want to show you here is Trump's at 48.8 now. There's more vote out there. Indiana counts the mail-in ballots first. So let's do the same exercise, okay? This time, watch the slide come out here, and now it gives us a direct comparison for 8 years ago against Hillary Clinton. This is the weakness in the Trump campaign, right? 8 years ago, he was just shy of 57% in the same county. And then 4 years ago, got slightly weaker, okay? Down about 2 points. And then current day today, okay, so there's more vote out there, so we'll see how it goes. But right now, a little weaker there in that suburb just north of Indianapolis. Conversely, right, Trump's been working the rurals, right? Well, this is Kentucky. You got a lot of the votes still out there, even though we called the race, okay? This is Taylor County. It is rural. It is small. There's about 10 to 12,000 raw votes there. Trump's percentage of the vote is big. It's 77%. So let's do the same exercise again. Go back to 2016, the percentage of the vote, okay, it was lower. 4 years ago in 2020, same county now, right around 75%. And as of tonight, okay, by the way, raw vote, 93.76, hold on to that number, okay? It's important because he's doing better on a percentage basis, but the raw vote doesn't help him a ton. That may suggest, as we pop around the map throughout the night, that the turnout for this vote could be lower than 2020. It's a COVID year, a pandemic year, a lot of people voting by mail, et cetera. We'll see whether or not we're able to top that number from 2020, but it's questionable and debatable at the moment. If I've got time, I'll just show you Florida. This one more time here, 30% in. Miami is missing. You know, we're waiting for the Hispanic vote down there in Miami, the Cuban vote as well. Broward County, 70% in, heavily Democratic there, but about 60% of the vote right now going for Kamala Harris. The Trump team is saying that they're getting on the radio right now. They're cautiously optimistic. They're doing a radio in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all the way at the top. That means the former president telling people there's still time and finish strong. That's the message from Mar-a-Lago right around down here in Palm Beach. Back to you, Brett and Martha.
You have time, Bill. We're going to have a lot of time.
Okay, so right now, Harris 3, Trump 19 for Electoral College. All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to go to Bloomberg News and see what they're talking about because they're pushing Harris winning Vermont
right now, especially after that Ann Seltzer poll over the weekend.
I think that it is almost impossible to know exactly who is going to win this race because when we go back to 2020, it was about 45,000 votes that were decided in 3 swing states. Going back to 2016, it was 107,000 swing votes. So if I was sitting here and out of probably more than 150 million people voting, knowing exactly what 10,000 people do in the state of Georgia, you know, it's not really knowable. And until we start getting some of these data that's coming in, I'm looking at a couple of counties in Indiana. We only have 65% in Hamilton County in Indiana, but Harris is up. That's a county that Donald Trump won by 7 percentage points back in 2020. Is that an early indicator? We're going to have to wait until we get a little bit more out of Virginia, out of North Carolina, out of Georgia, before we can kind of see if there's a trend that is being established here.
And for months, there was this consensus on
And it's really important here, Georgia. Right now, Trump is at 54% and Harris is at 45%. Georgia has to go Trump. Trump needs to take Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and hopefully Michigan. But it's really important he takes Pennsylvania or Michigan. But Michigan, it's really on the edge there. Really on the edge.
Be a 50-50 election that could go in either direction was a bigger call than I thought it was, because it was hard to find any investor who had not been betting on a pretty sizable election by Donald Trump. And most investors were betting on the fact that it was going to be a Republican sweep. So we'll see what the election results are tonight. But part of the pushback I had was, look, this is a lot closer than you think it is. They can decisively break in one direction. So after there's going to be this revisionist history, of course, this person was going to win. If Harris wins, I'm sure I'm going to get plenty of emails saying, here's all the reason it was so clear that she was always going to win. If Trump wins, I'm going to get a different set of emails. It was so clear he was always going to win. But when we look at all of the data, look at all of the information that's available to us at Raymond James, we think it's a toss-up election at the presidential level. We give Democrats a bit of an edge in the House, Republicans more of an edge in the Senate, but we have to wait to see what these votes actually say.
If there's any consolation, we'll be playing precisely the same game around this table for weeks. I have no doubt about it. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. Some early projections and no surprises. Trump wins Kentucky, Harris wins Vermont, Trump wins Indiana. The scores so far 19-3. With an update on how the two candidates are spending election night, let's bring in Bloomberg's Akana Gardner and Tyler Kendall with the details. Hey, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, John, the energy is high here at former President Donald Trump's election night watch party. You can probably see the stage behind me. We are expecting him to deliver remarks a little later tonight. We are also expecting thousands of supporters to flood into this convention center here in Palm Beach. Now, as the excitement builds, the votes start to come in.
I'm going to go to, I want to drop into live now, see what they're talking about here.
Bolton
Talking
County
about
at the moment.
Senate
We are
House
getting results in Austin and Riley from Georgia on the presidential level here. Let's take that. All right, so Georgia with 16 electoral votes here. I can't exactly tell how many of the votes have been counted.
Looks like 1,500 for Trump, 1,200 for Harris.
All right, so you see Trump there over Harris. So it's still early. What do we make, Austin, of these results here?
Yeah, so this is a very small batch of results that have come in. 1,500 looks like for Trump so far, 1,200 for Harris. Polls closing about 11 minutes ago in the Peach State. We're not expecting to get any bellwethers, and I think we just saw the results possibly update there. And what I'll do is I'll pull up that race because
Georgia,
and there it is. So yeah,
so more
we're getting
Harris is winning Georgia.
78,000 votes for Harris
Damn.
versus 63,000 votes for Trump. So we're getting in a little bit more context as to how people are leaning. We don't know exactly where these votes are coming from, but we do know that Harris so far, with only 3% of the votes tabulated, Harris has a 10-point advantage over Trump.
Yeah, and of course, also to your point, it is still early. But Riley, if you can, I mean, give us a sense.
Let me just do a product plug really quick. Please go to my store, help support my work, and help to support your health. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. And get the structural nano silver soaps. I have 5 different varieties. It's a very high quality soap. Get a couple bars for your household. It'll help to neutralize pathogens, and it's a very high quality soap that you should be using. Please go to my store and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation, and it also helps with your lipid profile. So it helps with your cholesterol levels. It's a great product. It's a dual product. You should be taking it every day to improve your immune system and to improve your cardiovascular system. All right.
The same degree for Kamala Harris as they did for Joe Biden. That was a big part of his winning coalition back in 2020. So I think there's a big question now of if there will still be those strong numbers there for Harris. Obviously, Donald Trump's been opening there, or he would not have invested quite so many resources into the state. But yeah, I think that's a big demographic that people will be watching.
All right, 84,000 to 80,000.
So can you give us context into how we watch these states, these battleground states over time? What I'm going to put up behind me here, and Andrew, if you can take my screen in full, I want to show. So this is our breakdown of the counties. So, and these are very preliminary results. We will say that up front, but we're starting to see a blue dot in Douglas County. It looks like Harris has a 32-point lead over Trump right now. Can you just lay out how this works? Typically, we see in these major metro areas, that's where Democrats run up the numbers. And then there's several rural counties where Trump runs up the numbers, correct?
Yes, that's the case. That'll be the case in Georgia. It will also be similar in Pennsylvania. I talked already about the importance of Philadelphia, but also Pittsburgh. And you'll see the same in Michigan with Detroit, in Wisconsin with Milwaukee. That's typically how this is going to go. So it's really a question of turnout in these big blue cities for the Democrats.
So we know that the Harris camp is really relying on turnout, like you said, in Philadelphia. What about Metro Atlanta? Help us make sense of the complexion there. Yes, it's usually solidly blue, but are there any red or purple shades in Metro Atlanta?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is really the question. And again, like I brought up, there's a question of where the black vote and black voters are trending in Atlanta, in these, urban areas in these swing states. So I think that there is a question. There's also a question of whether there's a, hidden Trump vote, a hidden Harris vote. But again, I think there's a lot more questions here than answers about how these cities are going to break down.
And I'll just mention that there is something that we're kind of watching. There's this really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro. There's 9 solidly blue counties. There is Fayette County just to the south. That's going to be one that could prove as a bellwether. That's one that's been a little bit tighter as far as last elections go. We've also looked at Cherokee and Forsyth counties. Those are just north of the Atlanta Metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be competitive, and those are going to be some of the things that we're going to be watching as the election progresses. Riley, one of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like the border.
Abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So, the Harris campaign is banking on there being a high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clocked the top issue for voters. This is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt.
So right now, oil is trading just a little bit lower than about an hour ago. It's trading at about $72 a barrel. And the S&P 500 futures is trading at, it's trading up. Right now, it's trading at 5,823. So throughout the night, we're going to be watching the oil market and the equity market and the currency market. Right now, the euro to USD is trading at 1.09. Now, let's go to Fox News here and see what they have to say about.
Are doing what it needed to do in order to help get us these results in as quickly as possible, to have integrity in the vote, for people to have confidence that the system worked for them, that they could get to those lines quickly, and that the rules are the rules. And that, I think, will help people feel confident about the results.
The economy is the #1 issue in Georgia by far. It's everywhere, but pretty much leads the way. In our Fox News voter analysis, they break Trump's way significantly on the issue of the economy.
Right, that's important. And the other thing we have to keep an eye on throughout the night, it seems to me, or what, to use a piece of newly minted jargon we have, is just the low propensity voter.
You hate that word.
I think it's awful jargon, but I can't think of a quickly better way to say it.
People who don't
Trump campaign really said a great deal of store about the fact that they believe that they have reached these people and will turn them out in significant numbers.
But explain who they are. They're people who didn't vote in 2020, or maybe even didn't vote in 2016 and 2020.
And they're the kind of people they think are largely for Trump, if you ask them, right? And that if they can turn them out, they think they could be the decisive factor in this election. We don't know enough now, I don't think, to assess how that's
Trump
going,
is winning Georgia now.
We might have an indication of it. If you look at some of these Georgia rural counties. I've been watching Bill work on his wall. If you take a look at some of these rural counties, small counties, they're 100 50 or 180, 159 counties in Georgia, you'll see that Trump is getting a bigger number of votes in these smaller counties and a bigger percentage. This is, again, goes back to the episodic or low propensity voter.
All right, we're going to dig into these numbers and we'll head back to Bill momentarily. Election night just getting started.
Okay, so right now, at this moment in time, Trump is winning Georgia. Again, the electoral votes in that they feel confident on is 19 electoral votes for Trump and 3 for Harris. That's 2 states for Trump, and that's 1 state for Harris. Georgia is still unknown at this moment in time. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D complex. Really important for your neurons, important for energy levels. It helps with your mitochondria, and it helps with cellular metabolism. So please go to my store and get the vitamin D complex as part of the health protocol. And omega-3, really important. Why? Because it helps with your lipid profile. It will lower LDL levels, increase your HDL levels. So that's helping with your lipids, your lipid profile. And it helps to prevent the red blood cells from sticking. That was a problem in 2020, with, these over-clotting issues. So please get the omega-3, help with your cardiovascular system, take it every day, be proactive so you're healthy, and so you can hopefully enjoy 4 years of Trump. Okay, so what's going on? I'm going to go to Bloomberg here, see what they're saying.
Essentially a Republican sweep, because in that case you've got all 3 parts of government. We've got significant, the choices are very stark here in this election. So if you do have a Trump sweep, I think it could be a very defining moment, in the sense we'll be talking about fiscal expansion, as much as $7 trillion over the next 10 years. We'll be talking about tariffs, deregulation. There's a lot in here. If you have a Harris win, and again, I don't know if you're going to know this today, tomorrow, in the next few weeks, whenever we know it, I think if you have a Harris win, the chance of a divided government is higher. That's when we take a step back. We look at the economy, we look at Fed policy. I think it'll be a little bit back to status quo. It's that sweep scenario that I think could be pretty defining for markets. 3 or 4 weeks, the bond market was pricing in a
Just to remind people, I have spaces open on my X channel. So if you want to call in or listen through spaces, you can. All right, the link is actually in the chat box. But anyone that's in spaces that would like to call in and give, your perspective on the election, what you're seeing at your polls in your region, what you think your state is going to do for the presidential election, or even the Senate or the House election, just raise your hand and I'll let you on, and you can explain what you're seeing on the ground here.
To price some of that in. And I think in the last week, people have said, hold on, this is a 50-50 race. Let's just take some risk off and then reassess. And I think, but you're still going to get a big market reaction, I think, either way.
What's your advice to investors when they see potentially blue mirages or red mirages, but full tallies haven't been submitted for big states?
I would say take a deep breath. I know you've been saying it all evening and you will keep saying it all night, which I think we should all hear. I mean, there's politics, there's obviously the market's going to be volatile. There is going to be night trading. I mean, overnight trading is never that liquid. You're going to see big reactions. We saw it in 2016 and the market entirely reversed it in 2016. It's quite possible. I would say let's take a deep breath. There is, even in the sweep scenario, I think
what happened during the 2016 trade when Trump, when it looked like it was going to go for Trump, the equity market futures for the S&P 500 dropped like a lot. And then all of a sudden it mean reverted, all right, throughout the night trade. And obviously the market rallied, right? So traders are looking at, well, if Trump wins, it's possible that you might have a similar dynamic that they, play that arbitrage, right? And they just go in and, buy lower, so the morning session that opens, they're at a better price if you can trade, in the evening. Some traders can't, but but there are going to be people that are going to be trading the futures market in after hours on this news.
policy. And so one of the things I've been telling clients is that maybe the area we get the most certainty is there is a Harris victory with a Republican Senate, because you remove the trade, tariff, immigration policies that the market could be concerned with in a Trump victory, and you remove the concerns that the corporate tax rate or higher rates on high-income individuals.
See what Bloomberg is doing? Bloomberg is focusing on, okay, we don't like Trump because he likes tariffs and that he wants to be America first and he's an anti-globalist. And most of the people that listen to Bloomberg and are professional, institutional investors, they love globalization. All right. They don't care about the middle worker in the United States. They don't care about American manufacturing. All they care about is their portfolio earning a higher return, and they don't care what they do to the country. All right. So that's why they're promoting globalism. Right. And they don't like Trump. Bloomberg doesn't like Trump because he's an anti-globalist, and he wants to use tariffs as a method to be able to bring manufacturing back to the United States or have better trade agreements. All right. So he's using it as a weapon, but they don't like that because it's hurting their pocketbook, because it's America first policy, not a globalization policy. All right. So they want to get rid of Trump, but they don't like Harris tax policies. All right. So they need to create a bottleneck within the Senate or the House of Representatives to prevent legislation from being passed. So from the institutional investor point of view, that are these, Bloomberg type globalists, they don't want Trump in, and they don't want a Democrat run House and Senate. And that way it creates this bottleneck, all right, and slows down legislation. Now, what I would prefer is to have Trump winning and to have the Republicans maintain the House and the Republicans getting the Senate. All right. Right now, the Republicans don't have control of the Senate. So, I'd like to see the Republicans sweep. Now, if Trump wins and it's a Democrat House, then it's going to be never ending impeachment again and again and again. Now, if the Republicans win the Senate, then they can stop that. If they because you got to remember, the Senate is the one that listens to the trial. All right. The articles of impeachment happen in the House. The trial is in the Senate. So if the Democrats win the House and Trump wins the White House, then what's going to happen is going to be never ending impeachment. But the Republicans need to win the Senate to stop that. All right. But if the Republicans have the Senate and the House and Trump wins, you're not going to have this impeachment stuff. All right. And you're probably going to move the country forward and kind of unravel some of the crazy policies. Now, if Harris wins and the Democrats win the House and the Senate, then what you're probably going to start seeing is higher taxes, controlled prices, right? So a controlled economy, and reparations are going to be pushed. Now, I don't think that's a healthy economy. I'm pretty sure about that.
Billion in 2020. If you were to take a checkbook and write a check to every American everywhere, it's almost $50 a person. And we are tied tonight in the presidential race.
I gather some Americans would love the $50 check as opposed to having to go through what we've gone through here over the last.
The vice president's campaign has spent more than former President Trump. And do you think right now, looking at the numbers, that they're getting the money worth?
It's early. We'll find out. One of the reasons we spend so much in campaigns today is that the campaign process is a business. They start 4 years out. They begin raising money and hiring pollsters and all those kinds of things. Hopefully we get some reform of that going forward. But I have to tell you, just looking at the early numbers, you got to be a little concerned if you're Democrats on this. Now, the numbers, it's way, way early, so we're going to get a lot more things here. But to see those numbers that Bill put up in Florida and Miami-Dade, with the breakdown between the two candidates.
South Carolina is going for Trump.
The concern that you raised, Carl, about suburban voters in Indiana, Democrats have to be a little concerned about this as we head in here. I'm curious to know also about that Florida abortion thing that was on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really an impact. The Kemp relationship with Trump, it seems like it might have been prepared a bit as you look at some of these numbers early on. We'll have to see what suburban voters. I called with someone who said a little bit about the black voters in Georgia. It was not necessarily black voters in Georgia. It was suburban and rural voters in Georgia that put Biden over, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very, very telling, because if Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump, Trump needs that in his math. He can't do it without those states in reality. Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip there. You get a surprise there, and then the night takes on a little bit of a different pace and a different tone. So those are the numbers I'm looking most closely at right here in the next few minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds before we start our TikTok to the next call. Dana, what do you think?
I think that Florida is so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes. But I would also say this: when 75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction, you're going in the wrong direction, and their number one issue is the economy, you should listen to them, because that's what it is.
Well, Miami-Dade was flipped by DeSantis. He lost it in his first governor's race, and then he won Miami-Dade in the second. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in Miami-Dade right now. We'll see.
Britt, do you want to do the TikTok sound for us? We're coming up on the next poll closing, and it's a big one because North Carolina,
13 seconds.
we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there, as we wait for the poll closing right now. It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes, and it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Bernie Moreno is
West
the GOP
Virginia's
candidate
going
running
for
against
Trump.
Sherrod Brown. And we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for the Senate as well.
All right, so Trump right now has 23 electoral votes and Harris 3. So that's beautiful. All right. So Trump, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and then Vermont for Harris. So Trump's so far doing okay.
In West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring, Democrat, now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans. That win puts the GOP 1 seat away from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate, assuming they don't lose any seats along the way that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News decision desk says that it is too early to call another Republican target. Ohio, where the incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, as I mentioned, fighting for his 4th term against Republican businessman Bernie Moreno. And we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be another flip. It's a toss-up race at the moment. The balance of power looks like this in terms of what we have fed in so far into the data at this point. You've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat flip. That's the West Virginia seat. Jim Justice will be the new senator. He was the former governor from the state of West Virginia. And
all right, so
29 right now.
Senate is looking in favor of the Republicans at this moment in time. It's really too early, right, to really know exactly what's happening. But perfect world, Republican getting the Senate, Republicans getting back, Republicans winning the House and maintaining power in the House, and Trump winning the White House. That would be ideal. All right. So hopefully that's going to happen.
Morrissey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hammer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up.
That Florida story is really interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what's really interesting here now is that there's a in the future market for the S&P 500. All right, in the future market, it has gone up a lot, and it's continuing to go up. So it's at 5,846. for the futures market, this looks very bullish for Trump. So the future, the reason why I'm doing this is that not only do you have the election, but the way it's being digested in the futures market and after hours trading. All right. And my take on this is that a very bullish economy is going to come out of the Trump era, a new Trump era. All right. If Harris wins and the Democrats gain power in the legislative branch, they're going to be really worried about taxes, and there's going to be a market sell-off. So right now, the futures market on the S&P 500 radically went up. It jumped a lot. It jumped from 5,820 to now trading at 5,846. So there's a big jump here.
Look at the vote difference for Georgia, and we can show you a little of the realignment that we're talking about here. And if you look at this, right, all this over here, this is a dominant state for the Republican Party and had been for a long time. You think about George Bush's second term, right? He won that state by 16.5 points. It wasn't even on the map in terms of consideration, but slowly Georgia changed. And a lot of it changed for the metro area, the 26 counties that make up Atlanta. Here was Trump in 2016. I give it to him, right? 5 points 8 years ago. But things seem to change in 2020 and change in a significant way when Joe Biden went in there and took the state by 0.2 percentage points, raw vote of 11,779. All right. Now, so this is where we are now. Now just, with a lot of that vote out there, Trump's got a lead of 22 points, and that's going to change throughout the night, but we just want to let you know what's happening there. Let's look at the vote difference for North Carolina.
I want to go to Fox Live. They're talking, I may have missed it. They were talking about
they are keeping 10 locations open a little bit later because of some of these disruptions there. But you heard from some of these county managers there in Fulton County that there's no credence to some of these bomb threats. They called them hoaxes there in Fulton County. In the meantime here, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us.
All right. So for the ones that don't know, there were, I believe, 5 bomb threats that were not credible, but they had to clear the area, and then they're just extending the hours to make sure everybody votes. So, that happened earlier in the day. All right.
School, etc. So, like tag on to that throughout the night.
North Carolina, you look at the counties you are following, Wake County, Raleigh.
Yes.
There's just such a population shift. More than 1 million people have shifted down there, and it's a different crowd. So that's why maybe you have a different electorate in North Carolina.
Yeah,
Democrats are looking to.
Yeah, I look at Wake County. We can show you on the board in a second here. I look at Guilford too, Greensboro. A lot of folks campaigning there. Kamala Harris was there. Donald Trump was there. Young folks go there to go to school and to find a job as well. And we'll see about Mecklenburg, which is Charlotte. Mecklenburg, Carl, that's a county that Democrats have tried to really capture, and they're able to win the county, but not by big enough of a margin to capture the entire state. So that's somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up.
Again, anyone on Spaces that wants to call in and give your take on how you think the election is going to happen, or some intel in your area, what's going on in your municipality or in your state, just raise your hand and I'll let you talk.
Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing and I don't understand exactly why the black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene,
yes,
and the impact on, I believe, 25 counties were affected by Hurricane Helene. And one of the early discussions was, a lot of those counties are red. Are they going to be able to vote?
Yeah.
And then everyone felt like it was going to be okay. It looked like it was in good shape for
I'll show you to Martha here, and I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here. Okay, only 2% statewide. But what you're talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and Through all this stuff
North
here.
Carolina's, it
All
looks
those
like it's
25
going
counties
Harris.
are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about.
Ah,
They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is
Come
the
on.
blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County, that's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of 43, he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes. So let's go and clear this off.
How
and
is-
just refresh
how
our
does
memories here.
Camilla win?
Here are the results.
I mean,
right? Trump won the
that's
state
crazy. I'll tell you, that's crazy.
Trump won the state
How
Senate-
does Harris come out ahead in North Carolina with what the Biden-Harris administration lack of help after that hurricane and the flood and everything? How can that be? Trump needs to win Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, or Michigan. North Carolina is going to go to Harris? You got to be kidding me.
Mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out.
No.
But Donald Trump this morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, "Stay in line." Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign season.
Tonight. He's up on X saying, "Stay in line."
Yeah, stay in line. Don't get out of the line because the Harris supporters were reporting in Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line for 6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other reporting. So people have to, a lot of people can't wait in line for that long. And so that could end up being something that both parties complain about in the end. But we'll see.
Robert? So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together, I said that Kamala Harris was the underdog and that Trump would win. And I didn't shift until maybe with Martha like 2 weeks ago. And the reason was the following.
Trump needs to take Georgia and North Carolina. Come on, Trump. Move it. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work and help support your health. I offer very high quality supplements. And if you follow my protocol, you're going to slow down aging, you're going to improve your immune system, and you're going to get healthier. One great product that I have, which is way better than anything that Alex Jones sells, is the structural nano silver toothpaste. Get a couple tubes or a few tubes for your household. This is a toothpaste that has structural nano silver. It'll neutralize pathogens, whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, maintain a good gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. A lot of people don't know this, that poor oral hygiene, especially when you get older, will actually exacerbate cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. And you don't want valvular disease. Why? Because the valves will start to calcify and tighten up. It's called stenosis, or they may not be closing properly and you get some sort of regurgitation or prolapse. So you don't want that, all right? You don't want a valve replacement when you're older. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This is way better than any toothpaste that Alex Jones sells. So why buy his toothpaste? You might as well buy DrPaulCottrell's toothpaste that's on his store. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Structural nano silver gel. It's a dual purpose product. It helps to improve your skin, and it also helps to heal wounds, abrasions, minor burns, and it neutralizes pathogens. You put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your nose. Lightly coat your nostrils, neutralize pathogens. Very important when you're in the cold season and a bunch of coworkers are sick. So go to my store and get the structural nano silver gel. Again, I have spaces on my X channel. You can get to my X channel through the link that's in the description. And, you can do a call in to tell me what you think is going on with the election, what you would like to happen, or any intel about your polling experience, or what's going on in your state or your municipality. All right, so
Yes.
I want to go to live now here.
Lieutenant Governor right now, he was embroiled in scandal in the latter half of this campaign here. We also have some results coming in from the North Carolina gubernatorial election here. Let's take that. All right, his challenger, the Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein, up 75 over Robinson's 21. This is only with 2% of estimated votes counted here. Bill, I got to ask, Robinson's in for quite a tough night, is he not, here over Stein?
Yeah, this is not going to be a nail biter. Robinson's campaign imploded with the revelations about his posting on foreign sites and calling himself a Nazi. The question is, does that drag down Donald Trump in the
This
state?
is
or
very,
Trump
very interesting here.
From Robinson,
On Bloomberg,
reasons we treated.
on Bloomberg,
They have outrun.
On Bloomberg, they have Mexican peso is extending slide 1% amid broad dollar strength. Okay. Now, so the dollar's strengthening, and oil is actually going down. It just broke the 72 mark. So that is 71.82. I suspect that if Trump wins, that it's actually going to suppress the WTI price for oil, because it's drill, baby, drill. All right. And again, my thesis here is that if you look at the futures market, you get a better idea of what the market sentiment will be for who wins the election. Now, it's not a guarantee, but that's what it's looking like. And the ES, yeah, it's still trading, elevated at 5,841, which is the futures market for the S&P 500. So, and Euro USD is trading now at 1.084. And when we started this broadcast, it was trading at 1.09. So Euro is weakening, dollar is strengthening. All right, what's going on here?
Former President Trump, if we go to the other battleground state of North Carolina, also too soon to call. It flips there, only 2% in, and obviously waiting on the raw vote total to fill in some of the picture as we look at our Fox News voter analysis and what the raw vote total is coming in. By the way, on your screen, you'll see everything what we have coming in, every race that you may be following on the bottom of your screen and sometimes on the side.
And also it depends on whether they're starting to count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day of vote in these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we
And they do it
continue through the
differently.
evening.
Some states do it
Absolutely.
differently.
Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
And juggle.
So meanwhile, a Democrat-leaning district in deep red Nebraska, around the Omaha area, could hold the key to the presidential race. Garrett Tenney is live in Omaha, Nebraska, with their very unique story. Hi there, Garrett.
Hey, Martha and Brett. Polls close here in just over an hour, and pretty quickly we should get a sense of where things are heading here in the 2nd Congressional District. Remember, Nebraska is not a winner-take-all state, and here in Omaha, it's known as the blue dot in this deep red state because Democrats won this district's single electoral vote in both 2008 and 2020. This time around, they have spent millions of dollars to try and make that happen again, given how close this race is going to be. That single electoral vote could be a difference maker for Kamala Harris's campaign. Here in Douglas County is where to watch. Election officials will release the first results at 8 p.m. These will be early ballots that have already been counted, and election officials say those votes will make up about half of the entire vote here in Douglas County. What Democrats are going to be looking for as these results start coming in is the areas north and south of Omaha where there are a lot of Black and Latino voters who haven't turned out in recent elections. Democrats have spent a lot of time and effort this time around to change that. We'll have to see here in the next hour if it pays off. Brett, Martha.
All right.
Thank you, Garrett.
Throughout the night, Harris Faulkner is getting real-time reaction from real voters as results unfold with voters' voices. They'll be talking about the issues that drove them to the polls Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience of Americans making their voices heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like no other. We know that. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris put 7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, you know it has been intense. Voters are telling me all about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next president. But voters all across America know their power. And with me for the evening, the linchpin of our great republic, the Voters' Voices. You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome. They fall all along the full political spectrum, and over the next several hours, we will hear their take.
Hey, I'm gonna jump into
I'm
gonna jump to Bloomberg here for a second.
Already higher than our U.S. national defense budget?
Yes, they are, which is not a good sign for any country. No country has ever gotten to that point and remained a leading superpower. So not only is this now a risk for our economics, for our economy, for our ability to respond to crises, for our ability to have a flexible budget, it is a national security risk at this point. And the fact is, it is the second largest component of our federal budget, growing faster than any others. Then you layer on what both candidates have promised. And as you've said, they both have put forward promises of trillions of dollars, about $4 trillion in Harris's case, almost $8 trillion in Trump's case. Of course, that's just what they promised. It will depend what the makeup of Congress is, what they can actually get through. But we've seen that even while concerns are growing both domestically and across the globe about the US's fiscal situation, the 2 people running for president, one of them about to enter office, have not shown any real concern with this issue. They've made promises about what they wouldn't do to fix it. They haven't made any promises about what they would do to fix it. So when we get from campaigning to governing, there is a very dangerous mandate that either one of them will be starting with.
Well, Maya, there was a candidate in the primary, Nikki Haley, Governor Haley, who she wanted to talk about this. She was on our program on Bloomberg TV talking about the fact that, you know what, people need to work longer in life. They need to go down to Social Security. Potentially that's where we need to cut some of this spending. And guess what? The Trump campaign clipped that and played it in Iowa. Does polling on the deficit, does this basically resonate with anyone going out to vote?
Yeah, I mean, I will say as a political independent, when I heard Governor Haley talking about the realities of the fiscal situation, putting forth actually sensible solutions, I at least jumped out of my seat and applauded. It was great to hear somebody talking about it honestly. But of course, it doesn't appeal to voters when the other option is, hey, I promise you so many things and they'll all be free. Here's trillions of dollars in tax cuts. You don't have to pay for them. And on top of that, I'll give you trillions in new spending. So it's very hard to beat nothing, in fact.
You know, that's disingenuous what she's saying. You got to look at the full equation. If you cut taxes, people will have more money in their pocket, so they will spend more. And then when you're moving manufacturing back to the United States, you're going to be making more and you're going to have economic clusters. So in essence, your GDP is going to be going up because of manufacturing and because of spending. So your economy is growing into the rebuild out for our military. You can't do that if you're outsourcing it. You can't increase debt and not have more jobs, because that's going to be really bad for the economy in the long run. All right. So if someone's just saying, well, Trump's policy is going to affect the deficit more because of tariffs and because of defense spending and taxes, tax reduction and all this, right? They're not looking at, well, the other side of the equation is that you're creating more demand because people have more money in their pocket, and you have more jobs because you're bringing back manufacturing, so you're going to have more economic cluster. And so it's disingenuous for them to always try to demonize Trump while not really going, Harris, your policy isn't pro-job. It's not pro-job. It's pro-globalization. It's pro just ship it out, just ship your jobs away. It's not bringing back manufacturing. How are you going to convince a Fortune 500 company to bring back manufacturing in the United States unless you start wielding the tariff weapon? Right? The same thing when there's unfair trade going on, where one country is bringing in lots of, a certain type of product and hurting domestic production in the United States. What's wrong with saying we're going to raise the tariff, right? So it gives the ability for our manufacturing to have an equal footing, or you convince the other country to build a plant and hire American workers, so they're making domestic product. It may be a foreign company, but it's American workers making the product in America. That's exactly what Reagan did with the car industry. He said no to bringing foreign cars into the United States. And he said, if you want to sell your foreign vehicle in the United States, you got to build in the United States. What's wrong with that? That's a good thing, because it creates economic clustering for the United States, which helps our GDP, which brings down the debt to GDP ratio. If you have a high debt and you have low GDP, you have a high debt to GDP ratio. But if you have debt and you are starting to grow your GDP, then the debt to GDP ratio is going down. And that's the problem with what Bloomberg, when they demonize Trump and his policies, they're not telling you the whole story, all the buckets and how it's up and down. If you look at it only silo, you're not doing it justice to understand the policy differences between Harris and Trump.
In Philadelphia, he said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia law enforcement coming. We've had a city commissioner here pushing back against that very vociferously on Twitter, saying that it's not the case. He has fielded every request from the RNC. I should say he's a Republican commissioner here in Philadelphia.
David Gura, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I had a feeling that the deficit wasn't popular on the campaign trail, so I'm not surprised. We'll catch up with David again in about 15 minutes' time. Ed Mills, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time this evening.
Oil, even though oil trading is volatile, oil is trading at 71.78, so below the 72 mark. So that trade looks pro-Trump to me.
By 0.5%, and in the bond market, Treasury's trading soft. Yields higher by 6 basis points. Your 10-year 4.33.
All right, let's go to Fox News here.
God bless you. We need your help to deliver mortgage-free homes to catastrophically injured service members, Gold Star, and fallen first responders families with young children. Please contribute $11 a month to support their efforts by visiting T2T.
They're in their break right now. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer to help you improve your immune system, slow down the aging process, increase your longevity, improve your endocrine system, and just overall health will improve. So I have very high quality products. One product that you should be taking every day is the Max 35 or the Max 14, all right? The Max 35 and the Max 14 is a structural nano silver liquid. You take a teaspoon a day, you swish it in your mouth, you gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow it. What that does is it improves your oral hygiene. It will neutralize pathogens and maintain the mucosal barrier for your epithelial lining. All right. What that basically means is that you're not going to get sick as often. And that means by neutralizing pathogens on a regular basis, when you don't get sick as often, that means your body can heal and slow down the aging process. Now, unfortunately, people don't pay attention and they get sick 3 times a year. And if you have a minor infection, a minor cold, 3 times a year, it takes 2 to 3 weeks after the minor infection to clear to actually remodel the stress and the damage that it made on your cells. All right. When you have a minor infection, it takes 2 to 3 weeks to heal. If you have a major infection, sepsis or a really bad cold and you know, a real bad respiratory problem, right? And you have it for a few weeks or, you know, a couple weeks, it takes even longer. Now, the average person has a minor cold 3 times a year. That means that 25% of your year is either sick or healing. That means that you're truncating 25% of your year for just other remodeling and helping your body get better and heal. All right? So the whole point is stop getting sick so your body's immune system can focus on other things to heal other tissues. But if you're chronically sick, your body is always fighting that chronic infection. So what's the whole idea is to mitigate. All right? A great way to mitigate is following my protocol. Neutralize pathogens, lower the inflammation, and soak up free radicals by taking strong antioxidants. So if you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a tablespoon or 2 a day of max 35 or max 14. For maintenance dosage, take a teaspoon a day. I take a teaspoon a day. You just swish in your mouth, gargle, swallow, and you know, gargle, you know, maybe 20 seconds or so, and then swallow. All right, do that every day, and you're neutralizing pathogens. It's really important because if you're chronically sick, it takes time to heal, and you know your immune system is down, not fighting other things, and then you get surprised by, you know, other things like cancers and stuff, right? Because your immune system sucks. So you can take my advice or don't take my advice, but trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Another great supplement to take is vitamin C. Vitamin C is really important to boost up your immune system, but it also helps with your skin. If you're not feeling well during the cold season, take a double dose, drink it with filtered water. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C or the max 35 or max 14. All right, what's going on in Pennsylvania?
Oh, the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, giving him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News decision desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a long-time Republican stronghold. Not a real surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big leverage there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi.
Yeah.
Cruise victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News decision desk can project that the vice president will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people have thought New Jersey might be a little bit tight, but we're already ready to call New Jersey in my home state. Exactly. Voters in Massachusetts will deliver a clear victory to Harris as well, so no mystery in those states.
Staying in the Northeast, Fox News can project that the vice president will win Connecticut. She will also win Maryland, that state worth 10 electoral votes. There's an interesting Senate race there.
Yeah, Harris will also take Rhode Island, another Democratic stronghold, and she has a lead in Delaware, President Biden's home state, of course, but it is too early to call in Delaware at this point.
The vice president will win the District of Columbia, which has never voted for a Republican, and it continues not. If you look at the Electoral College and the race to 270, it obviously changes with all of these numbers. It is in the corner of your screen, 105 to Harris 72, and there you see it full screen. As we start to fill in this map, little by little, we're going to get closer to 270. Remember, there's some big states, including California, all the way out in the west, that'll adjust this number for the vice president. We're back with our panel. Jessica, Jesse, and Kellyanne, we added you. Jesse, thoughts?
Are we sure about New Jersey? Oh, man, I voted next to a guy this morning wearing a garbage bag. So I thought the state was a lock. I guess I was wrong about that. I also just heard from a person who was not going to vote, and then his girlfriend called him and said, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, we're breaking up. So he just drove 2 hours to the polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand people. And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead financially, that Kamala Harris is even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive, because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it, they are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Charlo, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having
Good
me.
thoughts so far in the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You have been bragging about that one for months to me.
I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in the suburbs. If this is a harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge, and I think Philadelphia was a big story this day, already in the first hour of election day polling, that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really
I am never going to listen to another Bruce Springsteen album ever again because of what just happened.
as number one, that also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? You know,
I'm going to live now, Fox.
I'm about to.
This is about Philadelphia.
So the big picture is that we were all very hopeful that the city of Philadelphia would have a very smooth election day, and that very smooth election day would look like other ones that we've had, where there were the usual significant number of insignificant complaints. That is essentially what occurred here, with a couple of small exceptions. One of those exceptions does have to do with bomb threats, and the other exception has to do with an individual who's been detained, and we'll get into that. But the essence of it is this: people have been here all day. They have been out in the community. I have been out in the community all day. We have been making sure that when there was any sort of a concern or a complaint, we dispatched an attorney. We dispatched law enforcement. I want to give a special thanks to the Philadelphia Police Department, to the DA's detectives in this office who've done an exceptional job today.
So we're going to go back
responding to everything.
I want to go back to Bloomberg here.
Police bonds and foreign exchange. Joining us around the table, our guest host for the next hour, Tobin Marcus of Wolf Research. Tobin, good evening. It's good to see you at night time for once instead of the morning. I keep saying good morning. I've got to shake my hand and get used to this. Some early moves in this bond market. Let's just start with your view on how things are going so far, and then just reflect on what's developing in financial markets worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, my gut coming into the night was slight edge for Trump. Skeptical that the edge was of the magnitude that was implied by betting markets. We're sort of confidently assuming a Trump victory to the tune of 2/3. But, I think what we're seeing so far is in line with that. It looks like we're headed for a close election. In the counties that have fully reported, we're seeing some slight shifts to the red side, some slight shifts to the blue side. At a very, very high level, we're seeing Trump outperforming a little bit in rural areas. Harris tending to outperform a little bit in suburban areas, although not everywhere. Definitely some warning signs for Democrats in Loudoun County, Virginia. Florida looks consistently redder, but I do think that it is pretty idiosyncratic state that has not been a great sign about how the national environment is going to shape up. We did sort of reported on the early side in 2020, 2022.
So, Tobin, no surprises. Why is the market picking up on a Trump win?
So, I mean, there are no surprises in terms of calls. I mean, to the extent that the market's actually reacting to news in a sophisticated way, my expectation would be that they're not, that no one is shocked to see, Missouri, Kentucky, states called for Trump that everyone knew he would win. The question is, as we get down to the county level, as we're starting to see relatively complete reports from some of these counties that give you the cleanest point of comparison in terms of how the environment looks overall in 2024 relative to 2020, to the extent that that reads across the places that actually do matter, that's the question. Are we seeing incremental good news for Trump?
You've been giving Trump the edge. Why exactly?
I mean, I think that, coming into tonight, well, so look, the bear case for Trump a month ago, in my mind.
We're Bloomberg. Why do you want to say anything positive about Trump? My God.
Polling all year long, he was doing better with less consistent voters. He's doing better with younger men, younger non-college men. This is not a consistently high turnout demographic. But in early voting to date, you never want to overread the early voting results. But I think the thing we did see is Republicans were not failing to show up. Like, you were seeing good turnout from Republicans, a little bit less clear for Democrats. So to my mind, coming into election day, Democrats had more things that needed to go right for them than Republicans did. And the polling, looked very, very, very close, maybe leaning very slightly towards Trump, if anything.
What's his path? Is it a repeat of 2016?
Georgia doesn't look like it's going Trump.
If he wins, my expectation he's probably going to win all the Sun Belt states, Arizona, Nevada. Look at it.
I'll tell you, Trump's behind in Georgia. Unbelievable. Let's go. This is crazy. And Trump's behind in North Carolina. What the hell is going on?
It's worth looking at. It's notable.
It's worth working out. It is notable, but it doesn't make sense if you're basing it off of the news that you're getting right now, because everything we're seeing across your screens in terms of the states that Trump is winning and the states that Harris is winning are not surprising. We need to know the outcome of 7 swing states, and that's how we're going to know who actually had the edge the whole time, who actually won this election. But potentially, what we saw in the past 24, 48 hours after that Ann Seltzer poll, potentially people were starting to dial back. They were concerned about the trade they put on for Trump, and maybe now they're feeling a little bit more conviction.
Let's get you the update. Votes coming to a close in Florida, as well as Pennsylvania. Bloomberg's David Gura joins us now from Philadelphia, alongside Anna.
You know what's amazing is
Anna, you've got
Bloomberg is just saying 38 for Harris, while
one re-election.
Bloomberg is saying 38 for Harris, while Fox is saying 72. So Bloomberg is a little behind on calling it.
Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night here in Georgia.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website.
All right.
And
Trump's now winning
the early vote. I was on there every
Trump
hour,
is now
every day, just trying
Trump
to
is now winning Georgia.
Vote. Don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide. What the political analysts will argue is that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote. And the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%. So that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking about a moment ago.
Brett, what are you looking at?
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this issue that was raised in our voter analysis that said that fully half of all voters said the future of democracy is the most important factor in their vote. That's a big number. And that's a lot of people worried about that. Now, Trump gets some of those votes.
Please go to my store and stop. You don't want to look like this guy, all right? So follow my health protocols, all right? One of the health protocols is to take collagen, so you don't look like this clown, all right? The collagen peptides has a very impressive amino acid profile, all right? It has a big scooper in here. You take it every day. It helps with your skin, your hair, your nails, your bones, and your joints, all right? Take it every day. There's a big scooper in here. You mix it with your food or with water or in a smoothie. What I do is I mix it with hummus. So take it every day. All right. And I also have an anti-aging skincare box that you can get that has other products with this. If you take vitamin C and the structural nanosilver gel, you're improving your skin even more. And if you add C60 and resveratrol to improve the basal layer that helps to repopulate your skin cells, you're improving the health of that basal layer and the health of your skin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. It's a dual purpose product. All right. It's helping with your skin, your nails, your joints, your bones, and your hair. So please go to my store and get the collagen. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we created these great deodorant bars that are dual purpose. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas. It doesn't have any aluminum and no baking soda. It's all natural ingredients, very high quality. Get a couple bars for your household. This is for males and females. And it'll also help to detoxify your body. So you're using it as a deodorant, and it helps to slowly detoxify your body. So it's dual purpose. So please go to my store, help support this great product, either in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. All right, what's going on?
Party right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't built up just yet. I want to just talk about you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they are all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, and who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They've started tonight very anxious about Georgia, and the first batch of data that they're getting is leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10+ point lead among women.
Odds that Trump would be the president to over 70% odds. A big move notable in North Carolina in these betting markets to his odds going to near 80%. Again, this is a unique feature of the market this time around, that you're not just having assets move, but you're having these betting markets move assets. Is it the dog? Is it the tail? Unclear at this moment, but some of the more retail type proxies for Trump are trading on this itself. You have DJT, that's up some 10.4% after market. Look at Tesla, one that's even unclear whether it would benefit or not from a Trump presidency. He is close to Elon Musk, but of course, will he be good for EVs? That in itself has been ripping higher recently, up 3%. And of course, John, the final proxy for this, perhaps one of the more clean reads, it is crypto. Crypto also moving higher in the last hour, up some 3% for Bitcoin as of now, John.
Danny, quite a move. Appreciate it. Thank you. Our next guest now is Clee Williams of Aiken Partners. He's the former Deputy Director of the National Economic Council and joins us now. Clee, do you like what you see so far?
I do. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think there's reason for the Trump team to be excited about what they're seeing. And the one factor that you all haven't talked about yet, or at least I haven't heard you talk about, that a lot of us are seeing, is we're looking at the countywide data. And we're seeing that Trump is ahead of where he was in 2020 in a lot of these states. So no big surprises at the top level, but behind the scenes, the numbers generally look good. And I think that's what the markets are reacting to.
Cleve, you worked a lot when it comes to trade in the former Trump administration, and potentially what we're seeing right now in the bond market is pricing in some of those tariffs. Can you walk the market through potentially what Trump 2.0 would mean for tariffs? Is this day one unilateral moves with putting rings around the United States in terms of tariff walls, or are these negotiating tactics?
Right. So I think it's clear that President Trump is going to raise tariffs. I don't think there's any question about that. My suspicion is that some of the early moves that he makes are going to be a little bit more surgical. He's going to be more targeted on China, trying to enforce his phase one deal, which the Biden administration pushed off to the side. He's going to look at digital services taxes in Europe. He may look at some specific things like European autos. And I think that's what you're going to get out of the gates. I think some of these across the board tariffs, that's going to require more consideration by the team. They're going to have to get together and figure out what's the best way to implement those kinds of policies. So I don't think that's day one. I think that's a longer term conversation and something that might ultimately get folded into the tax debate as well.
Well, if you're looking at potentially even putting tariffs on things like European autos, what about the repercussions for U.S. exports?
Look, I think that's clearly a factor. And I do think, though, one of the things President Trump is going to try to do with tariffs is use them as a mechanism to get other countries to open up markets. And as we've talked about before on your...
Just to remind the audience, I have spaces in the chat. You can click it, and that will take you to your X channel, and that will allow you to follow me on spaces. That's a great way to call in. Tell me what you think is happening. If you think Trump's going to win, or if you think Harris is going to win, maybe what you saw during your election, voting process, what you think your state's going to do. Give me your opinion. So just raise your hand in spaces, and I'll let you talk during this live broadcast.
Right. I mean, the problems with China are well understood. You've got problems with intellectual property theft, forced technology transfer, excess capacity. So that clearly is going to be high on the list for Trump and the team. On Mexico, though, there still is some concern about the way that the USMCA agreement has been implemented. There's concern about Chinese investment going into Mexico, and then Mexico able to export some of that into the United States. So I think those are not totally unrelated issues. I think both of them will be high on the list. And then the other two places I'm focused on are Europe, where I think the president is concerned about a lot of the things that Europe is doing. He's concerned about the trade deficit there. And then I'm also looking at Vietnam, where you've had a lot of production shifting out of China, going into Vietnam. Some of that may be totally legitimate, Vietnamese companies being able to take advantage of the US-China trade tension. But some of that is also probably Chinese shell companies. And I think that's the kind of thing that the Trump team's going to want to root out.
Clete, appreciate your time, sir. Clete Williams, thank you. Tobin Marcus still with us. Tobin, I want to go back to the result out of Florida and just work through some information. I think it's probably still too early to start building a narrative, but I want your take on things. Senator Scott keeps his seat. There was potentially going to be a Latino problem after the Madison Square Garden rally of a week ago. There doesn't seem to be one for him this evening. Trump takes Florida. There was potentially going to be some kind of issue, maybe a close race because abortion was on the ballot. Is it too early to read into any of that stuff this evening?
So look, Florida, I think, is a very idiosyncratic state that has moved red very quickly. Republicans are very strong there. The Democratic organization is not strong. So I hesitate to overconclude from Florida in particular, but it is in keeping with the patterns that we're seeing elsewhere. In Texas, we're getting results, still early, but looks quite good for Republicans. So, I mean, look, the overall pattern of results does seem to be favorable for Trump across at least the sort of southern and southeastern states.
All right, let's go to Fox here. What's going on here?
Martha, hey, Brett. Yeah, just taking a look. This is the national level. Before I dive into Pennsylvania, because we want to get a look at how voters were thinking about the economy there when they decided who they were going to vote for. But this is their view on the nation's economy. And as we knew leading up to Election Day, it's pretty negative. But the thing to point out here is when you compare it to 2020, those that have a negative view of the economy, this is about 6 points higher than it was just 4 years ago. I want to look at Pennsylvania and show you what we're seeing there, okay? When it comes to those that are looking for change, we know this is a big part of the story of this election day.
Those that are looking for total upheaval, this is Pennsylvania voters, okay? 28%. And you were to break that down by candidate, which we can now do as we work our way into closing time there in PA, 66% voted for Trump. This is a really interesting story. Those who are looking for substantial change, it is about split with the edge going to Donald Trump by 3 points. Okay, so substantial change. Those are people looking for still big change, and it is about even in PA. We've got a lot more we're going to dig into in Pennsylvania. We'll have that for you in a bit, Brett and Martha.
Senator, thanks. So let's bring in our Fox Business panel. Maria Bartiromo, Larry Kudlow, Charles Payne, and Kevin O'Leary. Great to see you all. Maria, you know, it's not just the betting markets on the election, it's the markets that were betting prior to this election day. What are we to divine from all of that tonight?
Well, I think when you're talking about investors and businesses, Brett, Martha, I think you really have to look at economic policy and tax policy in particular. The one issue that is bothering investors and corporations out there is the plan of Kamala Harris to raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. We haven't seen that in a long time, and the word on that is that that cuts into wages. Something's got to give. When a corporation is looking at a 28% corporate tax rate, it's likely that that means less money for employees and wages. So that's one of the issues that business and investors are worried about. Her economic policy, of course, Trump has talked about a 15% corporate tax rate if you're doing business.
They're going to cut growth in wages, and then they're going to raise prices. That's what's going to happen. So people are going to have less income, and they're going to have to purchase goods and services. It's going to cost more. Thank you, Harris. Thank you, Harris. And thank you, Michigan, for voting for Harris. You know what? It's crazy. Michigan needs to vote for Republican because Republicans are for a strong manufacturing prowess for the country. And a big part of Michigan is manufacturing. Voting for a Democrat is idiotic if you want strong manufacturing in the United States. It's so old school kind of thinking now. Democrats need to start.
Yeah.
It's crazy to vote Democrat.
Some good news, but I just don't think there are enough numbers. You know, I agree with the assessment that Maria made on the policy front. But be honest with you, number one, I don't think the stock market yet knows who's going to win or what the policies are going to be. It's watching like a hawk, but I don't think it knows yet. I mean, I don't know. We've got to see what happens tonight. Number two, Trump has this working class coalition. It's a different Republican Party. You know, it started with him in 2015, 2016. It's ebbed and flowed. I think it's closed in high tide. The question is, with that kind of coalition, working folks, whites, blacks, Hispanics, young people, others, will it work? Will it hold? Was there enough of an expansion in Mr. Trump's base to put him over and win? I mean, a lot of people think he is. He's going to get much better numbers with Hispanics than he ever had before. It's going to peel off a lot of black votes for young people's vote. That was his strategy. I think it's a good strategy. It's not your father's Republican Party anymore. It's not that they hate business, but business roundtable CEOs are not the center of the new party. The question is, could he expand?
People need to understand that the Trump movement is in the middle. It's more of an independent. It's not really Republican. It's not Democrat either. But people that are voting Democrat in a manufacturing or energy state, an energy producing state, they're hurting themselves because the Democratic Party doesn't want to help with energy industry. It wants to demonize it. And manufacturing, the Democratic Party wants to maintain the status quo with globalization and ship your jobs away and push for products you don't even want. And the durability isn't there because they're pushing EVs. Why is Ford and GM not really going full steam ahead with their EV program? Because no one wants it. It's not durable. And how do you charge your vehicle when you're going long distance? You can't. So the infrastructure isn't even in there, and it never will be there. And then not only that, the safety issues with lithium batteries, because they have a tendency to blow up. Stupid. If you're a Democrat and you're voting in a state that is producing energy and is part of the manufacturing prowess of America, and you're voting for Harris, you're an idiot.
Is that the top 20% of Americans are doing 40% of the consumption. They have made all of the money under Biden-Harris policies, including flooding our country with cash we did not need. It was fun for regular folks when you got the stimmy check and went to the mall, but now everyone outside of the top 20% suffering big time.
May I add one thing, Martha, to the comment on jobs? Because here too, it goes right back to policy, and that is the open border policy. The open border has not just had the effect on national security and our own personal security. The open border is an economic issue. For the last several years, what we have been seeing is an increase in jobs for non-citizens, illegal and legal, and a decrease in jobs for American citizens. That's important. People understand.
Kevin O'Leary, just with the quick time we have left, she had talked a lot about being from the middle class. It was the first sentence out of her mouth a lot. President Trump has been promising a golden age in an American economic future. What do you see winning these voters over tonight?
Well, I was disciplined when I was listening to both parties and disappointed we didn't get into policy enough because it got crazy towards the end last few weeks. Let's go back to taxation. We compete internationally. It's not like this is just isolated to the US. A 28% tax rate takes us into the bottom quartile of competition. That means capital goes to other places. That's not a good outcome. So I would have liked to talk more about that. The idea of taxing.
And maybe the globalists want to support the Democratic Party because they want to gut the manufacturing in the United States. Why? Because by gutting the manufacturing in the United States has a harder time to defend itself and make its armaments. And two, when you have a weak economy, people will have a tendency to just kind of throw away their civil liberties so they can, eat, throw away their constitutional rights so they can eat. The Democratic Party is aligned with a one world order government. So when you vote for a Democrat, you're pushing away jobs in the United States. Now, it's a sophisticated thing. Raise taxes. Companies decide to move their operations overseas because it's too costly. People start to lose their jobs and they have to depend on social programs. And the Democrats come in and go, we'll give you more freebies. So it's the feedback loop. They're creating their own demand. Again, you're a Democrat, you're a fucking idiot.
Britt, they're still talking about the economy in the other studio.
I kind of wish we missed it. Sorry, we just did, man.
Well, they were talking a lot more substance than when we heard it on the campaign trail when it came in. They're absolutely right. I mean, we did not have a good debate, for instance, over economic issues, and it clearly is the number one issue on people's minds. Right?
We didn't really get into policy.
All right, so now it's 72 electoral votes for Harris and 111
There's been a lot of discussion over the past several years about whether the anti-Trump Republican, the Never Trump movement, would end up mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting and I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters, that might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know. That the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes.
North Carolina is so close.
97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party.
Donald Trump has expanded his
Pennsylvania
party. Good candidates
is-
expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa,
In
Ohio,
Harris's camp.
these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly, and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuck into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men votes.
All right, I'm gonna go
Barack
to
Obama
live
did not-
now here.
Through that race call, not a surprise.
All right, and Anna, let's get back to some of the Harris campaign, I guess, the vibes within headquarters there on the campus of Howard University here. What does Harris need to do if she has the momentum to maintain that momentum? And what have they done in the last 4 or 5 days to shore up any support here?
Yeah, what the Harris campaign has done is it's very similar to Trump's, but they had the closing message at the election on Tuesday.
Sorry to cut you off here. We do have Rick Scott at his election night watch party. We'll get to that question and answer in just a moment here. Let's listen.
Well, Florida, we did it! And for once, we did it before midnight.
So Rick Scott wins for the Senate. All right, great. All right. Before we go there, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the turmeric. It lowers inflammation. It helps boost up your immune system. And by lowering inflammation, it helps with improving your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, get the turmeric. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Ashwagandha root is really important. You can take it with turmeric. It controls your blood glucose levels. It controls your cortisol levels. It helps boost up your immune system. And by bringing down that inflammation, you're improving your cardiovascular system too. So please go to my store and get the ashwagandha root. It's great when you stack them together. They work, they're very synergistic. So please get the turmeric and get the ashwagandha root. It's part of the second pillar. Remember the 3 pillars: neutralize pathogens, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. So this is the second pillar to bring down the inflammatory response. All right. Let's go to Bloomberg, because I really don't care about Rick Scott.
By 8 basis points on a 10-year at 435. And in foreign exchange, clean sweep for the US dollar and G10. Dollar stronger against absolutely everything. Against the euro, against pound sterling, and against the Mexican peso in EM. Dollar Mex is higher by 1.3%. Toby Marcus of Wolf Research still with us around the table. Toby, no surprises from the states that have been called so far, but what are you seeing at the individual county levels when you compare and contrast how Trump is performing this time compared to last time?
Yeah, so look, there are a lot of results coming in, a lot of counties that are largely but not entirely completed. So I mean, broadly, I would characterize the patterns we're seeing are Trump's doing well in rural counties, better than his 2020 margins in rural counties. That creates a hole that Harris would need to fill with some combination of overperformance in suburban and urban counties. And thus far, across the states, largely in the Southeast that are reporting, we are not seeing that overperformance for her. So I think that adds up to a redshift for Trump. Bigger redshift in Florida. From what we're seeing so far in Texas,
Michigan, there's some data coming in.
Republicans.
Hey, I gotta jump over to Fox here.
I'm going to be with you. In theory, polls have closed, but that is not the case everywhere. You have Cambria County, for example, a judge there ordered that the poll hours must.
Pennsylvania, 69% for Harris, 29% for Trump. 9% of the vote in. I mean, God, come on.
Also made a legal push to try to keep polls open in Northampton County later. That actually ended up being denied by a judge. That was due to there being very long lines of Lehigh University students there and polling issues as well. So yeah, in theory, polls have closed, but once again, if you're in line, even by that deadline, you're still able to cast a ballot, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks. Let's check in with Bill Hemmer. Let's bounce around. We've got Virginia, you've got Texas, you got a number of things happening. Ohio.
Yeah, let's get to it, okay? So this is Georgia. I just want to set this up for a moment here. She's performing slightly better than Biden in Douglas County. There's other metro counties of Georgia, slightly better in Cobb County. I still see a little bit a sticky move here in Fulton County, okay? And maybe that becomes significant because of how many people live there. The problem here is that you've got DeKalb County, nothing reported because the polls were suspended in that threat. So this is the first number I've seen from Gwinnett, all right? You're 16% in. She got about 60% of the votes, so a lot of the votes still remains out there. Let's move away from Georgia as requested. This is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, a lot of you folks live in the Washington, D.C. area. And right now, this is, 40% of the vote in Virginia, the Commonwealth here. Donald Trump's got an edge here, okay? That's 8,000 raw votes. That's 0.4 percentage points. Here's the catch, however. A lot of this map's starting to fill in. This right here across from Washington, D.C. is Fairfax County, all right? Fairfax County is number 1 out of 133 counties in Virginia based on population. At the moment, you still have at least half of the vote still outstanding. And you see, Kamala Harris was 67%. You would expect that in Fairfax. I'm just making the argument there's a lot of votes still out there, and it may determine whether or not the margin statewide hangs where it is right now, whether or not it changes, okay? So watch that. You mentioned Texas. Let's jump on down there, and I'll tell you what's going on in Texas, all right? Too soon to call. Half of the vote is in. Half of the estimated vote is in at 51%. Trump's got a lead right now, percentage-wise, 5 points, okay? So that's kind of what a lot of pollsters had in Texas thus far this year. I'm going to come back to Georgia in a moment. Let me just see what's happening in Pennsylvania because this is critical too. All right, so a ton of vote out there, by the way. I mean, there's no conclusions to Keystone State. You're at 11%. I would keep an eye on Pittsburgh. I'd keep an eye on Philadelphia. In fact, if we can, do we have a moment here? Why don't we go ahead and do the vote? Let's go ahead and do that, right? Let's do the vote margin for Pennsylvania. And let's see what's happening here. What we've done for you is we've tried to set up the state in a way where the more prominent counties are more extended than the others. So you see Philadelphia in the east and Pittsburgh and Allegheny County in the west. And the darker the blue, the more Democratic the vote is. The darker the red, the more Republican the vote is. If you see shades of blue, that means the margin in that county is 10% or less. If you see a shade of red, like a rosé, it's happy hour somewhere. If you see a shade of rosé, that's 10% or less too. So those are counties that we want to watch. Let's look at the vote margin now for Georgia. This is interesting, right? So we just went over there on the board. We showed you the metro counties throughout Atlanta. Let's find out where the outstanding vote for Georgia is at the moment. So what we want to do here, the deeper the purple, the more outstanding votes. So you can go to the more populated counties, perhaps like DeKalb County. You can look at DeKalb on the map, 0% in the upper right-hand corner. Can't know anything with DeKalb. But what about Fulton? Fulton. You see, Fulton, 70% of that vote is now in. So that's certainly one to watch. What about Gwinnett? All right, still at 16%. Kevin, go ahead and arm up and look at Cobb County, just to the northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades. And around 2016, it flipped toward the Democrats. And right now, a little more than 50% of the vote in. So Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is, down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reported. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out, but Pete, go ahead and clear this and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think with these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have had
so robust that a top official told the Associated Press that the big day could look like a ghost town at the polls. Biden became the first Democrat to take that state since Bill Clinton in 1992. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, guys.
And Anna, of course, you've spent so much time in Georgia this cycle. Let's talk about it. You saw the vote spread there between Trump and Harris, a little over half of estimated votes counted there in the Peach State. I want to focus our efforts on Harris, too, because we've been showing a lot of the Trump election night watch party. This is the Harris night watch party right now. It looks to be quite raucous there. A lot of performances at the moment on the campus of Howard University here. So if you could, Georgia first, and
County, you got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your three main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade.
So right now, Ohio is going for Trump, but it's too close to call here. There's not enough votes in.
The cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten me pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County, got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit.
Again, just a reminder, there's a Spaces link in the chat box. If you want to click that, it'll take you to your X channel and you can listen to the Spaces and you can call in, just raise your hand and I'll let you speak. You can tell me what you think is happening with this election.
Up, and I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times.
You want to talk to your co-anchor?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire and they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you don't vote often, or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have longer legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
Something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education, just really post-COVID policies, these school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights
All right.
elections.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work and your health by getting the great supplement lignans. Lignans helps with your immune system. It brings down inflammation. It's also an antioxidant, so it'll soak up free radicals, and it helps with your hormonal health for males and females. It's really important to boost up your immune system because of, people have trashed immune systems post 2020 crisis, all right, for multiple reasons. You've heard of problems with turbo cancers and all this. Well, if you have a good immune system, you can fight, your body is fighting, any cells that may be moving towards cancerous, all right? But if you have a weakened immune system, guess what? It's harder for your immune system to fight the cancer. So it's important to boost up your immune system. And that's through proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, making sure you filter your water and, eat foods that are higher quality. When you do this holistically, you're going to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lignans. It's a powder. You mix it with your food or with water. It's really easy to use. It has a little scooper in here. And you're helping with your immune system by bringing down the inflammation, and you're soaking up those free radicals. And you're also improving your endocrine system. Vitamin D3, really important to soak up calcium, to absorb calcium from the foods that you eat or the supplements that you take that are calcium supplements. But vitamin D3 is really important to absorb calcium. It's also a gene expression cofactor. That means that by taking vitamin D3, your genes will be expressed properly in your cell for proper cellular health. In addition, when your cells need to go into apoptosis, for example, if they've been infected, vitamin D3 helps with that process to get rid of those infected cells. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take vitamin D3 every day. If you've been listening to how to use this in a stack, you can mitigate cardiovascular disease, and you can help improve osteoarthritis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
To everyone is foreign policy, whether it's the war in Gaza or tariffs, things like EVs. Does Donald Trump win over rank and file union voters in Michigan, in Detroit?
They should.
About what they call the EV mandate of the Biden administration?
Yeah, he's certainly been leaning into that message very intensively. I think generally we've seen big disparities between the view of union leadership and union rank and file, where a whole variety of unions have had either non-endorsements or sort of disparities between the kind of top leadership endorsing Democrats based on their policy agenda, whereas the more working class rank and file union members have sided with Trump.
What's your call on the Senate seat? This is an open Senate seat. Republicans, Democrats, both playing offense.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess that Slotkin wins in Michigan. She's been polling reasonably well. We're not seeing a ton of ticket splitting nationally, but we are seeing some. I'm guessing she might run a little bit ahead of Harris. And I think that's, as the state that has been the best of the states for Harris, I think that's, sort of one of Democrats' safest bets to hang on across the competitive Senate map.
Let's stay on those 15 electoral college votes. Joining us now from Maine Boswick from Detroit, Michigan. Romain, good evening to you, sir. How are things shaping up?
Well, it's going to take a little bit while longer before we have a more definitive result out of Michigan. 7.2 million registered active voters in this state. About 1.2 million of those voters actually took advantage of early voting. Another 2 million sent in mail-in and absentee ballots. Millions more took to the polls today. And as of right now, as I check the numbers, John, only 400,000 plus of those votes have been submitted by the precincts. So it's going to take quite a long time before we have a more definitive picture as to who is exactly leading. You see the numbers there on your board. Harris leading right now by 56 to roughly 42. But again, those numbers will change and will change in a very dramatic way. Largely once we start to get results out of two key counties. And this kind of gets to what Tobin and what you guys were just talking about here. Huge demographic changes have occurred in this state over the past decade or so. The big Muslim American population that now dominates some of the western parts of Wayne County into Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, but also Oakland County, where we saw Doug Emhoff still in the state earlier today, campaigning, stopping at a diner there, campaigning on behalf of his wife, Kamala Harris. Oakland County, of course, had for years been a stronghold, but now huge demographic changes, more folks moving into that county. It looks like that could swing either way, either to the Republican side or the Democratic side. A little bit further to the left side of the map, you have Kent County, a more working class county here, but also has seen huge demographic changes with a huge influx of Hispanic, non-white Hispanic Americans. A lot of those folks don't necessarily have allegiances to either party. They do not vote in the block. And when you walk around and you talk to those folks, you'll get a variety of opinions here as to who they think is going to be best to lead Michigan, and more importantly, to lead the United States of America. I should point out that while it is past 8 p.m. here in
since I was born and raised in Michigan, if you're a Democrat and you're voting in this election and you're picking Harris instead of a Republican, you're an idiot because you are tanking the automotive industry. You're going to destroy the economic clustering of the state.
You guys have talked about this a little bit earlier, but there have already been several legal challenges already to the voting process here in Michigan, and there is expected to be several others when we get to the morning hours.
I remain world-class reporting, as always, sir. Appreciate it. Something Remain said a little bit earlier today is still stuck with me. We always talk about the economy, Detroit, auto manufacturing, and he said two words: foreign policy.
And he said foreign policy for one of those reasons, EVs. They're talking about this idea of walls going up and more tariffs. Also, you hear from rank and file union members. They are annoyed about this huge transition into electric vehicles and concerned about their jobs. The other thing, of course, you cannot discount what is going on in terms of the Arab American community in Michigan, in places like Dearborn, and the fact that many of those individuals were saying ahead of this that they were going to potentially not vote, stay home, choosing the couch on election night because they didn't want to give Kamala Harris the win because she's part of this incumbent administration.
Tobin, we've got about a minute left with you. Just a final word. You've been pretty consistent, slightly towards Trump. Final word from you. Still in that position right now?
Yeah, I think a slightly larger lean towards him. You know, they'll call it 60% now instead of 55% heading into election day. But I don't think it's a done deal. But you'd certainly rather be Trump than Harris at this point.
What are you seeing that underpins that view that takes you up to 60?
Look, we are seeing a few points worth of movement across.
I think there's a slightly more people in the United States that wants America first. Then you have, a slightly less amount of people that wants to have globalization for everybody.
Income as well. You're seeing small caps outperform on equities up by 1.3%. In the bond market, you're seeing yields higher by 7 basis points, 434.52 on a 10-year, on a 2-year, up by 5 or 6 at 423.25. With high yields, you see a stronger dollar throughout foreign exchange, throughout the whole of G10, and you see it in EM as well against the Mexican peso. Dollar Mex up by 1.5%, a much weaker Mexican peso. Up next on the program, voting coming to a close in 3 battleground states. We're heading to Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin for the latest updates. Election night 2024 continues.
All right, let's go to Fox here.
Now, that's a math problem that you have to overcome with unprecedented day of voting, which Democrats are not used to doing. I've checked in with a lot of people that I trust, a lot of people that I think have a lot of knowledge in individual states. For example, Reince Priebus, long conversations with him. He feels that the turnout was so massive for Republicans in the lead up to today, and that the Democrats did not show up in the numbers that would be needed to overtake that early lead that was built up in the early voting. And that's also backed up by Mark Halpern. If you took a look, he's been doing a really good job analyzing numbers, I think. Now, in Philadelphia, I'm trying to get an answer that I'd like an important question to. I did notice other networks, they kept showing Temple University and a massive line of students, okay? The only problem was, if you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout, yes, at the universities. It seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditionally, who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting that it was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in the state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it'll show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin will.
I would just mention one other thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So, just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students vote.
We also welcome Kaylee McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kaylee, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media would tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%. With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by 1. Now, what other national lessons can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is plus 11.
Yeah, thank you. The electoral vote count about to go up. Stay tuned.
Seconds away from 15 states, including New York, Colorado, Texas, plus critical battlegrounds.
We are going to win the state of Michigan.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
With 163 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
It is 9 o'clock in New York. Another 15 states have just finished voting. This is the heat of the matter here. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the Rust Belt that just finished voting, part of that blue wall that we hear about all the time.
The other is Wisconsin, where Vice President Harris and former President Trump appear to be locked in a very tight race. And again, this is too early, not too close, but too early to call many of these races. Arizona also too early to call as the polls are closing there.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win Texas. That locks 40 more electoral votes into his column. Former president also has a lead in Iowa. There's no call at the top of the hour here. Remember that Iowa poll had people scrambling there at the Des Moines Register saying it was Harris lead by 3.
Yeah, the same day Emerson had him up by 10, but that got a lot of people's attention because Ann Seltzer is such a well-known and usually correct pollster. So we'll see how Iowa plays out tonight. In Nebraska, the Fox News decision desk can project that Trump will win the statewide vote. Nebraska gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their districts. So Trump will also win Nebraska's 1st and 3rd districts, the more suburban 2nd district, Omaha, which is the blue dot that we have talked so much about. That is too early to call, but Harris has a lead there.
The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win New York, giving the vice president 28 more electoral votes. She also has a lead in Minnesota. Too early to call the state of Minnesota, which closed in recent days, according to the poll.
Obviously, the vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, from Minnesota. And now Fox News can project a Harris victory in Colorado as well. She gets 10 more electoral college votes there. New Mexico, too early to call, but Harris has a.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have someone call in here, so we'll see how this turns out. Request. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? You there?
Cottrell.
Hey, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're on the show here. So how do you think how do you think that the election is gonna go?
Well, you know what? The past 2 hours I've been studying the ballot, and it's really been a mess studying. I don't know. They didn't have good information on it, so I haven't been paying attention to the sort of the latest stuff. But I have some thoughts post-election if you're good for that.
Yeah. Just tell me what you're thinking.
Yeah. Well, one is I read a New York Times his opinion piece, and they were kind of advocating for like a like they did in Ukraine, where they what do they call it? Where they overthrow the government.
A coup?
Like a coup against Trump. They're advocating for like the people to get out in the streets and that sort of thing. So I'm concerned about that. Also, I'm sort of part of some governmental like emails that I'm on.
Yeah.
And I watched one presentation, and they were saying like, they were just saying like what they expected to happen. This was like a nationwide call. Okay, government folks, like government, like not just like local government, but like more like on the policing side of stuff.
Yeah.
And first responder and that sort of thing. And they were playing out what happens if Kamala wins by big, Trump wins by big, Kamala wins by a little, Trump wins by a little. My concern is let's just say Trump wins, and I haven't been following it, but I assume he's going good for him. It's just the concern is like, worse than BLM. That's one of my concerns. And I have one more concern, but if you want to respond to that,
well, I think you're right that if Trump wins, that there's a high probability that there's some sort of Occupy movement or BLM movement that's going to be pushed, even before the actual inauguration. They're going to start burning down I wouldn't be surprised if they start burning down the town, in days, if not weeks, after the election. My concern is that maybe Trump doesn't win the election because of Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Oh, interesting. See, I haven't checked the news for.
See, right now, Trump has 178 electoral votes. Harris has 113, but Michigan and Pennsylvania is too close to call. And same thing with Georgia. And the game plan for Trump was to win Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and then he would win. But it's not looking. I mean, he may not win Pennsylvania.
Well, let me give you some of my thoughts on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing that's really bothered me about Trump is, and I voted for him in 2016, and it's interesting how I sort of got introduced to him in like 2015. But my big problem with Trump, from what I understand, is he's like an excellent sort of communicator, sort of excellent, as Scott Adams says, like he's an excellent, he's excellent at like convincing, whatever you call it. And he's an excellent at persuasion. What the problem that's always bothered me with him is he seems really weak on like, just as one guy who sort of does my own thing. I'm like, I could have helped run their operation better than it seemed like they were running. And in terms of like, they should have had like, a massive plan. And it's not like they didn't have the money. It's like he put the money into rallies, and I don't know if people, yanked his chain and took his money to they did a lot of ads and stuff. And it's like, okay, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that, but I'm saying is it seems like they never really set up like a good game to deal with cheating, to deal with get out the vote. Like where I'm located, like, you know, like I've seen TPUSA, you know, but they come around like once in a while and throw out some hats. They're not really like, you know, organizing too much. And so the thing and similarly, like with the coronavirus, it was like, you know, it was like Trump, it seems to be like policy seems to be his weakness, something that I really love doing. And, you know, is the organization and policy and strategy and like, how do we get this? You know, it seems like for him, it's more like persuasion and which is why we love him. But yeah, I don't know if you have any.
You know, I think you're hitting on a good point. I think his ground game at the granular level is probably weaker. Now, you know, my brother, you know, he's in Michigan, and he was saying that you know, the Democrat game was always knocking on the doors, trying to convince people to vote Democrat in his area. But a few weeks into a few weeks ago, you started seeing more Republican kind of, boots on the ground kind of thing. But I think what it was is that Harris had a lot of money. She raised like $1 billion. A lot of it came from Hollywood, and most of the donations that were going into the Trump campaign were, small donor funds. $10 here, $20 there, $50. Didn't really have big donors like Harris had. So she was able to spread that money around at the local level. But what is interesting is that they had to bus people in to go to her rallies. Well, they didn't do that for Trump. So it's just a different. There was a different ball game that they were playing. There were different strategies. But I do think that you're right. That maybe at the granular level, the actual street by street, house by house game was probably played a little bit better by the Democratic Party than by the Republican Party. And it's probably because they didn't. They were short. My understanding is that Trump only raised about $300 to $400 million versus the $1 billion. So I mean, you're talking about $600 million. $600 million to do ads and to have a ground game. But I think it's a little bit deeper though. I think that with these blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, Ohio, these states, they historically have been blue collar because of the manufacturing base. But the thing is that the Republican Party has changed. It's no longer a neocon Bush type or Cheney type party. It's something new that's tied to kind of like the Tea Party movement, or if you remember Ross Perot back in the early 90s. So there was like this. So the Republican Party has changed, but unfortunately, there are many people that used to vote Democrat in Michigan or Pennsylvania that I don't think they've woken up yet to the fact that the Republican Party is more in line to their values now than before. And the Democratic Party has moved away from their values because they're about globalization now, and they're not about strengthening, jobs in these states. They're about shipping the jobs out. I mean, look at what happened with NAFTA. NAFTA came out of Clinton. So I just, I say, unfortunately, people in Michigan and in Pennsylvania need to wake up and realize where their bread is buttered, and it's basically manufacturing. And the Democratic Party is not helping people in the manufacturing community. It's not. It's slowly deteriorating and shipping it overseas.
Oh, absolutely. But going back for a second, if you mind, to the Trump strategy, Trump is a likable guy, and those rallies, nobody begged people to go to those rallies. People love Trump, and that's why they went. But what was Trump's strategy? Do these rallies, and then they gather all the data from the people that enter their data to go to the rally, and then they hit them up with text messages and whatnot to get out the vote, which I think is good. But what I'm wondering is Trump had 4 years to like work on fixing some of the cheating stuff. Why it seemed like he never like it didn't hardly put in any effort into working on that stuff, you know? I mean, he could have said, hey, could have gone to these different legislatures and said, hey, we need to do paper ballots.
Right.
4 years is a lot of time.
Right.
And then,
right.
so before we even get to like in person, before we even get to the ground game of door by door, which I'll get to in a second, I'm like flabbergasted. You know, he keeps somebody like Ronna Romney McDaniel as, you know, it's like, I just think like Trump, and don't get me wrong, like I'm for Trump, but like, you know, his weakness is, you know, remember what he said before 2016 or in 2016? He said, I know everyone, good ones, the bad ones. And then he got bamboozled. But he's saying the same thing now. Oh, I've had more time, but now I know the good ones, the bad ones. I think he's weak when it comes to choosing people because, like, there's, you know, I think still he's being bamboozled by his inner circle is what it looks like to me. And, you know, so he didn't address the fraud. And I don't know if you want to address that, but then I'll get to the door knocking next.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I think that I think that people need to understand there's a difference between certification and audit. And I don't feel that the whole electoral process is properly randomly audited to make sure that the voter rolls are correct, that people that aren't supposed to vote, you know, aren't voting. I think that needs to be a serious audit and a purging of those voter rolls to make sure illegal votes aren't happening. And illegal votes can be happening in multiple ways. People that aren't citizens voting, or individuals that are citizens that are voting, but voting multiple times, you know, and how prevalent that is. And, you know, doing statistical analysis and doing random tests and doing a full audit, you get, you know, a better understanding of the improprieties that are taking place on the voter rolls, but also doing an audit process, because my understanding in the United States is that there are some areas that have paper ballots. There's other areas that have only screen input on a machine with no paper ballot. And then there are other places that have a paper ballot with a scanner. Now, where I vote in New York, it's a paper ballot that you bubble in with a pen and then you scan it. Now, you know, so it's not uniform across the country, and maybe it shouldn't be uniform. I don't know. But the thing is that if it's a screen ballot or a paper ballot that is scanned, how do I know that a machine is actually counting the vote correctly? And, you know, so, you know, without, you know, so in New York, there's a paper trail, but when they release the count is from the computer, from the scan. No one's counting the paper ballots and matching them. Now, maybe someone in the background is doing that before the certification, but not on election night. I don't know. But if someone isn't checking the paper ballot to what the machine is saying, how do I know in this black box machine counting that it's correct? And it's even worse with only screen touch. So, you know, I just feel that people need to audit the process more to feel confident before the certification. That just because it's counted and it's certified doesn't mean it's correct.
Absolutely.
You know?
And like I was at I'll give you an example of how they do voter fraud, okay? Because I was at a university. It was in California. This is what they did, from what I understood, okay? So every election, they do voter registration drives on the campus. And so they get tons of students to sign up for ballot, like mail-in ballots or whatever. So then, well, those students, when they graduate or move out of the dorm or whatever, they don't update their new address or that they moved out of state. So then those ballots still keep coming to the dorms or to those apartments.
Right.
So from what I heard was these students, so this could be happening across the whole country.
Right.
So what I heard is from a local guy who was running for county supervisor, his sort of person on the ground was telling me this is how they cheat, is they get these stacks of ballots to these apartment buildings or to the dorms, these gigantic stacks, and then they just will fill them out fraudulently, you know, and like, what's the chance of somebody being caught? Very small, if not.
Right.
So that's like a simple, you know, when they claim that there's no cheating happening, you know, on the media and stuff, that there's many ways that cheating happens, and that, you know, the way I explained is a very easy way.
No, I think you're right. You know, the thing is that there is, you know, two types of cheating: material cheating and non-material cheating. Meaning, you know, the non-material cheating is that it really doesn't affect the vote. You know, it's such a blowout, and the cheating is so minimal. It's not material. But the thing is that by auditing the process before the certification, you can get a better statistical understanding of what's really going on. And this is just more proof positive why it's important to do voter ID. You know, someone has to show an ID before they go and get their ballot. And maybe, you know, maybe we should eliminate the whole idea of mail-in ballots.
I agree, but I think you're getting to a point now. I didn't look into this deeply, but I saw some clips or whatever of Georgia or something where they didn't want to release the paper ballots, I guess, to be audited or something. So it's like, if I understood that correctly, even if they have the paper ballots, maybe if they're like Fulton County or something where they're more left, well, they don't want it to be audited, so they fight. You know, they don't allow.
Right. That's how they hide it. That's how I hide it. That's why I'm saying that. You know what happened. You know, in the last election, presidential election in 2020. You know, just because you had senators rubber stamping, you know, a certification, or you had governors certifying a certification before it went to the Senate, doesn't mean that the count was correct, because it wasn't audited.
And I actually think that October 6th, whatever it was, October 6th or whatever it was, January 6th? January 6th. I felt that was a cover because they were worried that if stuff started being checked, because they weren't going to like overturn the election, they were going to like send it back to some states that had questions, and they were going to ask them to look at stuff or whatever.
Right, and
well,
that's right.
Right. They couldn't afford to have Trump there, so they set up a trap basically to like. But let's move to one other thing. Let's go back for a second to the door-to-door thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm in West Wing State, so Elon Musk, I saw some of his operation, but he came in very late. Like you said the person that you were in touch with in Michigan said there were some Republicans that came in late. But similar from what I've seen, and I signed up. Okay, I signed up to like go door to door for Trump. Okay, now I never actually did it. When I went to go meet with the guy, like he was a total jerk, and I was just like, okay, it just seemed unprofessional, and it's like, you know, and then so there's two different ways of looking at how do you win an election. And the Democrats are doing it the right way. They're saying, at least partially, they're saying, okay, we look at ballots as like dollars. If you're a businessman, you want to get as much dollars as you can. Where they're looking at every ballot as like, they're putting that ballot in their bank, you know? So they're concentrated on numbers. We're going to get them from abroad. We're going to get them from mail-in. We're going to get them every single way. And they're very strategic. They're doing it in a way that makes sense. And they're ground pounding, and they're like, it doesn't matter. What matters, it doesn't matter if Trump has rallies with 50,000 to 100,000 people. If we're getting 100,000 ballots and Trump is only getting 20,000 ballots out of that, you know? So because they're like pounding the pavement, they're doing, and so now it's amazing what Trump did, but Trump didn't even win. He didn't win 2016 by a large margin, just doing rallies. So again, I'm like, I think Trump's weakness is what I mentioned before. We agreed on what's more on this kind of strategic sort of tactical kind of
right.
You know, and then policy.
Well, you know, the thing is that what's Trump's strength is his weakness. All right, and what I mean by that is Trump is very chaotic, and he goes based on his gut. The problem comes in is that it's a weakness because he's not disciplined. So, I think what it is that his strategy, you could probably say it's more of a top-down strategy, while the Democratic Party was a bottom-up strategy. Trump is more, okay, do something that's so, so over the top to get people to talk in the media, to get it to go viral, to get people to go onto his side or whatever. While maybe the Democratic Party was more, ground game, ballot to ballot kind of, granular strategy. So it's a difference between a top down to bottom up strategy. And I just, unfortunately, I think that maybe a top down strategy just doesn't work in Michigan and Pennsylvania, and it's just, you got to be a bottom up. I just don't feel that the Republican Party had a strong enough ground game in really key battleground states. Maybe what was happening is there was infighting going on with his campaign managers. Maybe that was what was going on. Because what's interesting is like I've listened to the audio book of Kushner's book that he brought out, and he talks about some of the infighting that was going on during the campaign of 2016.
Yeah.
And also what was going on in the White House, in the first term for Trump. And then I also listened to an audio book on Pompeo, America First is the title. And he gives his perspective of being in the Trump administration and what was going on. And I think you're hitting on something. And that the idea is that there's a lack of discipline. There's a chaoticness about him but it's a strength and a weakness. People love it. People gravitate to him because he's that way. But unfortunately, sometimes he loses because he's that way.
I think that's exactly, and I think what you're saying, like intuitively, it makes sense. That I've heard. It's like, yeah, your biggest strength, and I think maybe this applies to everyone, is your biggest strength can be your biggest weakness. And
Right.
but to touch on something that you were mentioning, which is the like he has guys like what are their names? But he's bringing like these Chris LaCivita, Susie Wiles, and then he's got these like Boris something, and then he's got these guys that are like longtime Republicans. He needs guys that are like alternative thinkers,
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and he calls like these Republicans like his smart people. And I'm like, look at them, I'm like, from what I understand about who these people are, these ain't the smart people. It's like,
Well, when he says the smart people, I think that he's being facetious. Yeah, I think that he's really thinking that he's not happy with them.
Yeah, but yeah.
But I mean, there was a fallout with Roger Stone and Stephen Bannon, during his campaign. So, for 2016. So and Roger Stone seems to be Roger Stone is a great campaign manager. I don't know why he wasn't running it. But the thing is that Trump does surround himself with, unfortunately, people that may not have his best interests in mind. And I think that's exactly what happened with Kelly. I think that's what happened with Flynn. That's what happened with with other key administrative advisors or cabinet members. I think Bolton was also someone that tried to deep six his presidency. He does surround himself with, unfortunately, with people that are neocons that aren't really for America first. They're tied to the whole military industrial complex, and they're of the old Republican Party and not this new party that's emerging that came out of Ross Perot and the Tea Party.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, I got off speak. I'm on speaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul, how late are you going to be on Spaces for? How much longer?
I'm going to be doing this until about 11 or 11:30 Eastern Standard Time.
So that's like. So right now it's like
It's 9:30 right now.
So like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to get back on. But Paul, one last thing before I go. There's a book I just purchased, and I'm about halfway through it, and it's called Al Qaeda 2.0: The Upcoming Attack on the United States and Europe Unveiled. And it's by this group of former intel guys who have all these kind of, for lack of a better term, spies in Afghanistan. And their group is called the Transatlantic Intelligence Consortium, which is they call themselves like counterterrorism think tank. Anyway, and these guys are saying that, Biden, I guess, because if he was to say that things are going bad in Afghanistan, like the terrorists are training there and they're like, have all these, training, that they've set themselves up there, it would look really bad for his administration. So that's my guess why he's not talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys are saying that, like, they're planning, that they've reset themselves up there, Al Qaeda, the Taliban, ISIS, all these guys, Iran, and they are planning a massive attack, like 100 times, like something like October 7th times 100. So like 100 different groups of people, doing an attack, but like basically like in cells of like around 10, and then 100 groups. So like
it's like a Tet offensive that happened in Vietnam.
Oh, interesting. And so what they're saying is from their intel sources, they're saying that they plan on doing it in 2025. So I guess the thing is my other concern, or the thing I'm watching out for, is even if Trump wins, it's like, what I feel like is just like there was, because you wonder, was that coronavirus, it was so convenient for China. It was so good for China because you got rid of Trump. You stopped them having to pay all those billions of dollars, for the trade deal. You basically they kind of F Trump. So it seemed really convenient for them to do that. And it's like, even if Trump was to get in, what if soon after he gets in, they do some massive attack? Maybe he gets pulled into a war with Iran, whatever. But either way, even without the war in Iran, my concern is like what's coming. Even with whatever we talked about with sort of Antifa and whatnot in the streets, it's the other concern is this sort of outside thing. And now if Trump doesn't win, they're probably doing this anyway, but if Trump wins, it's anyway. So that was my only other thought.
Yeah. Just to add to it, I would not be surprised if another 9/11 happens. I would not be surprised whatsoever, because what that does is it's another mechanism for the national security state to grab power and erode the civil liberties.
Yeah, and all they have to do is like, let's just say their intelligence is really good, but all they have to do is just watch what they're doing and just let it happen.
Right.
I'm saying, let's say the United States is really good. They don't even have to even necessarily take part in it. They just have to let it happen.
Right.
It's
right.
But maybe when I get back on, maybe I'll try to join you before you get off, and maybe we can catch up after the news. And I really appreciate it, Paula. I love everything you do. Been watching you, since coronavirus. You were, to me, the one guy who had it right from the beginning.
Well,
so I've been watching. Yeah, I've been watching you since then.
Yeah, it's been a journey, that's for sure. But thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Thank you for watching.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
appreciate
bye.
It.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is turn back on Fox here. What's going on here?
Can't get the 1% there in Erie County, but in all likelihood, you're going to see the T's start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T's going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on both sides of the state. And they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys had mentioned Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here's where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C., this is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that's 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county. Okay, so go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me, I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I'm do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, you know, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump.
All right, so in summary, Harris is at 117 electoral votes and Trump is at 195. The problem comes in is that Michigan is still unknown, Pennsylvania is still unknown. It's not called yet for Georgia, even though Trump is winning Georgia at the moment. But, you know, it's a problem, you know, it's very close here. And it's you know, unfortunately, it's, who knows? Who knows? Let me just do a product plug here. Please help support my work and help support your health by getting the probiotics that I offer on my store. I have two types. I have a powdered version that I take every day during lunchtime. I just mix it with my hummus that I take every day. It has a little scooper. It's really easy to just mix it in your food. You can just mix it with water and just take it that way too. See, I have a powdered form and I also have a veggie cap form for people that would prefer to take a veggie cap instead of the powdered form. They're both very high quality. And it's important to take a probiotic because what that does is it allows you to absorb your nutrients better, and it helps with your gut biome to reduce inflammation and to help with metabolism. A good gut biome will improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. A lot of people don't realize that part of depression and part of mental acuity is due to gut health. Poor gut health, bad mental acuity, right? And increased depression, increased chances of depression. If you have a good gut health, good gut biome, you have better mental clarity and less chances of depression. Also, a good gut biome will help with the metabolism and your liver processing properly what it needs to process. So your metabolism and your liver filters your body. It's a major filter. So, you know, the health of your liver and the performance of your liver is going to improve because of a good gut biome. So please go to my store and get either the veggie cap or the powdered form. And that way you're improving your health and you're reducing that inflammation in your gut. By reducing the inflammation in your gut, you're reducing the chances of getting sick by ingesting, you know, when you ingest pathogens. If you have a good gut biome and a good mucosal lining, healthy mucosal lining, then you don't get sick through your gut lining. But if you have a bad gut health and bad mucosal lining in your gut and a lot of inflammation, you get sicker more often. In addition, you might have leaky gut syndrome with poor gut health. And with poor gut health and a diminished mucosal lining, you can get DNA damage in the crypt cells in your gut, and that may lead to colon cancer. So you just need to realize that good gut health helps with your liver, your brain function, your metabolism, your overall health, and also your skin. People don't realize that skin, bad skin or, poor issues with your nails or your hair could be related to poor gut. So please go to my store and get the probiotics, help support my work and help support your health. Get the probiotics at the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. All right, what's going on with Fox right now?
Hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida, that is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7, Biden won by 7. At this hour, you have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because he is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Okay. I'm going to make a prediction, but I don't know what I'm here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately will follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DrPaulCottrell.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yeah.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada.
All right, so right now, Harris is at 117. Trump is at 195 electoral votes. It's still too close, way too close. Please help support my work by boosting up your health by getting the products from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We're in the cold season in the United States, all right? That means that you probably have coworkers that are sick. You probably have people in your household that are sick. If you go to school, you probably are with students or teachers or faculty that are sick. It's really important to mitigate and neutralize pathogens. I have drops and lozenges that do just that. The moment you have an irritation from either allergies or because it's the cold season, take the drops and the lozenges right away. The moment you start feeling a little bit of irritation, these are very high quality. They're made from structural nano silver in different flavors. All right. And what it'll do is it'll neutralize the pathogen and create the secretions to help maintain a good mucosal barrier. So you're mitigating further infection and irritation. You're mitigating that irritation because it's through irritation of the epithelial lining where you will get further infection. So you want to mitigate that. So make sure that you buy a couple bags of these drops and lozenges for your household so you're prepared, right? So I have it in cherry in 100 count, blueberry drops in 100 count, and also honey and lemon in 100 count. Very high quality, all right? It's made from structural nanosilver. And I also have Manuka honey lozenges that are a little larger in a 21 count, all right? Get a couple bags for your household. So just in case you start getting that irritation, you can mitigate the problem right away. So you keep that infection at bay. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, what's going on over at Live Now?
Not find much though. How much trouble is Tammy Baldwin in? Should Democrats be worried?
Could be. This is okay. So we were talking earlier about split ticket voting. This is one of the strangest things I've seen this election. Tammy Baldwin has put out some mailers or advertisements where the Democrats was talking about supporting Trump trade policies back when he was in office. I mean, the political bedfellows this cycle are some of the strangest I've ever seen. Now, she could be in good shape. One of the things, over on the 24 site podcast, the Ground Game podcast I run out on 24 site with my friend Patrick Kingston, we had on Charlie Sykes a little while ago, and he was talking about how Republicans used to have a very good ground operation in Wisconsin. Scott Walker, Wrights Previs, back in the day, about a decade ago. Democrats have usurped that and have done a lot better under Ben Wickler, Democratic Party chair in Wisconsin. Ground games, turnout, operations, those things matter, especially in tight races like this. So that, it's not unforeseeable that she wins and Trump wins too in Wisconsin. That's not out of the realm of possibility here.
Let's back up here. Let's go back to political science 101 for a minute, Tom. Explain to us why we're talking so much about the balance of power in the Senate and the House. How does that dictate how powerful of a president we're going to be working with?
Well, I'll tell you, you hear voters complain a lot about how Washington doesn't get anything done and need to return to normal order. It is incredibly hard to pass legislation through Congress and get it to any president's desk these days. And certainly a lot of that has to do with the Senate. You need to be able to break a filibuster. And, with the exception of the courts, it's 60 votes. And, neither side, the traditionalists in the Senate, have wanted to touch that. Okay. So in a strong sense, no matter if you get a Harris presidency or a Trump presidency again, it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to move things. Now, where that comes into play is those nominations and whether you're able to get actually confirmed the judges, but also the secretaries, the cabinet. If you're able to get them confirmed, that gives them more power, and that's really important here. And Senate Republicans could be. I mean, they look to be in a very strong position right now. And, if this goes as it looks, it might go with John Thune potentially becoming the Senate Majority Leader. And again, a lot of things still yet to play out within the Senate Republican Conference. That would give Senate Republicans and Senator John Thune out of South Dakota a lot of power.
Yeah, Tom, speaking of who would be in charge of Senate Republicans, who would be the leader there, we aired Rick Scott's victory speech last hour, and almost in the same breath, he moved on to yet another race he's waging, and that is for Republican leader in the Senate. He's thrown his hat into the ring. He's been very critical of current leader McConnell stepping back, but will remain in the Senate here. So I believe those elections take place internally For Republicans on the House and Senate side, November 13th, we won't put the cart before the horse here. We'll focus on today's election. But I just want to get your sense here. Let's focus on the Harris-Trump campaigns right now. And Tom, you got a lot of sources within the Trump campaign. That's their election night watch party. We have this, what we call a switch feed here. We're seeing a lot of folks there with red MAGA hats. I also just saw one of these Jewish Trump voters as well. You see there, people taking selfies. So, you know, you can get a sense of the vibes. You can't really glean anything results-wise from how the parties are doing. Maybe a little bit later on you can. But what do you see when you look at this shot we have inside Trump HQ?
Well, you know, this campaign, and we've talked about this extensively throughout the election, is, you know, as Trump campaigns go, has been remarkably disciplined. All right, you got to give credit to Susie Wiles there and Chris LaCivita and Tony Fabrizio, kind of a trio at the top of this operation. All right, but there have been a lot of concerns. I mean, look, when the Iowa poll came out, Ann Selzer showing a lot of problem with women voters in Iowa for Trump. You know, you started seeing that reflected by Trump himself on stage at these rallies. All right, whether it's performative on purpose or whether he's just getting tired and, you know, worn out, whatever the reason, he's very transparent in his emotions, how he's feeling about things. We've always known that about him. So the early results that we're seeing, again, go back to the Sun Belt, especially Georgia and North Carolina, doing incredibly well there. And if these exit polls turn out to be correct, with a larger number of men,
now, I want to go to
Trump,
Fox and
especially
just talk about Michigan.
Black and Latino voters, that gives a lot of confidence.
And then let's skip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first, and we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, look at that. I mean, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit toward the Republican Party. It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan. Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan, right? But that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08, 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can we go to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin.
So Harris is winning Wisconsin.
All this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682. raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. You got half of the voting here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Don't you?
Kenosha?
Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swinging state. I mean, I spent some time there on 2 recall elections with Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean, it's extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way. But it's true. Anyway,
the thing is that Trump's voters need to turn out for Georgia, for North Carolina, for Pennsylvania, and for Michigan and Arizona. Or we got a problem, a big problem, because the country is going to go socialist. If Harris wins, the country goes socialist. All right? Might as well throw away your constitutional rights and, you know, we'll then turn into the CCP.
Excuse me. And then you get into Washington, and then you get into over in the lake is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage. All right. From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right. So he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The wow counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
Door County.
It's Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
Quick trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
To Door County, in the Great Lakes, and obviously this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that and the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get full closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in.
Let's jump over to Bloomberg here.
Will be trending towards in that direction. But again, if this is more definitive for Trump, then then we may know when we wake up.
Another projection, this time for Trump. He wins Kansas. And once again, no surprise here whatsoever. The score's right now 194 to 102. Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, good to cheer for the County Securities to both of you. Thank you. It's good to see you. It's good to see you both. Coming up on the program, it's almost 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Polls closing in another 5 states. Our special coverage of election night 2024 continues.
going on here?
These results are reaching.
I got the sorry spoken for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to dealdash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Okay. Since they're on commercial and they're gonna release some more state data, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. This is an easy to digest multivitamin. You need multivitamins to take every day because they are cofactors for enzymatic activity. This is a very high quality multivitamin. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take it every day and follow my health protocol. Lower inflammation, soak up free radicals, and neutralize pathogens. And lastly, digestive enzyme complex helps to break carbohydrates, lipids, and protein. It lessens the load on your pancreas. That's important when you get older because our pancreases don't work as well. So we need to take supplements to help with digestion. When you take this, it'll break down your nutrients and it'll allow you to absorb those nutrients easier. In addition, if you work out, taking the digestive enzyme complex is actually going to help you recover after your workout and to fuel your muscles. All right. In addition, this has bromelain in it. Bromelain is a fibrinolytic enzyme to break up clots. So this helps to break up clots. In addition, the proteolytic enzymes that are in here will help to break up glycoproteins. So this was very important to take during the crisis of 2020. So improve the health of your pancreas by taking the digestive enzyme complex. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, what's going on?
Looking Senate candidate Sam Brown, and what's going on there? Hi, Jeff.
We'll be there in a little bit, right when it starts. But right now, we are outside maybe one of the biggest and most expensive polling centers in the country. This is the Allegiant Stadium, home of the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the things I want to mention to you folks at home is that people are still showing up here to cast their ballot. We are a minute away from polls closing, roughly a minute away from polls closing. And under Nevada law, if you are in line by 7 o'clock, you have the right to vote. We are hearing about some instances where there are some pretty long lines throughout the state. Also keep in mind that they will not release any results anywhere in the state of Nevada until the last person in the state votes. So we could be looking at a very long night ahead of us here in the state of Nevada. Martha?
All right, Jeff Paul, thank you so much. We're waiting now for these calls at 10 o'clock, and we're looking at basically a scenario where the Democrats are putting all their hope in the blue wall. The question is, what happens when we make a call in North Carolina and Georgia? If you believe Sean Hannity is coming soon, we'll see if it does. It is time to see how many more electoral votes will fall as we get ready for our next calls.
Stay tuned.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada. Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here. America is watching.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Ad-lib. Oh.
Woohoo!
Yes, you I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated
Trump
vote.
has to win Georgia, North Carolina.
that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life. This time, he survived it before, but this time, Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis, who will move to the Senate.
Nice.
He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip.
So this is really important that the Republican Party takes the Senate, and the Republican Party right now has 48. Democrats have 38 for Senate seats. So it's really important that the Republican Party maintains power.
Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well,
All
this
right,
is a
get power.
cannonball contest. Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way. And Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan. And in
Pennsylvania is too close.
And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3, 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up. Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go to
the future market for the S&P 500 is at 5,890. Okay, so that's a big rally right now in the future market for the S&P 500. And remember, for the ones that have been watching my show, by year end, I said that the S&P 500 is going to be somewhere in between 5,800 and 6,000.
Slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County, in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living. And I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles technology corridor. And that looks like the kind of young, tech savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it's seems to be going the way it is tonight. It is, I think,
a lot of credit to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and we're can't call it obviously yet, If it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big.
Or even
sign.
close, even close, Martha.
We have not called North Carolina,
We have not called it yet,
but
nor Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold,
Do we know what's outstanding in
let's just
Virginia?
talk to Bill Henry because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? You know, number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Yeah, question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So for Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they.
I tell you what I'll do here. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part of than was expected. Okay, so there's still some vote out there, some still vote coming in. And we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We got about 70% of the vote in, and we got Trump up, you know, almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties? Okay, this is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there. 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. You know, a firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You know, a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago, they count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be
all right. So Trump is winning Pennsylvania at 50.3%, Harris at 48.8%. But there's only 47% in, so who knows? It could easily flip. It's just too damn close.
Oh. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
Well, if Harris wins Pennsylvania, we'll probably have war, all right, in the United States. And even if Trump wins Pennsylvania, the Democrats will probably want to burn down the town with the BLM movement. please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You're going to need to build muscle because we're going to probably have World War III soon in the United States. And you're going to need to build muscle because it's going to be, you know, street warfare. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle, maintain muscle mass, and improve your mitochondrial health so you have ATP. You need ATP to maintain muscle, build muscle, and be able to move around. With all kidding aside, when we get older, we start to lose muscle mass, and it's harder to gain muscle. So if you take Myotrol and other supplements that I sell on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and you do a little bit of resistance training, a little bit of cardiovascular, training, a little bit of running or rowing or, doing, fast walking, calisthenics, that sort of thing. And you do some resistance training, do some balancing and stretching exercises. You do that on a regular basis and you take Myotrol, you're going to be building muscle. So when you get older, you want to maintain your muscle mass, maintain your energy levels. So taking Myotrol is going to help with that. If you are an athlete, take Myotrol to have further gains in muscle, all right? And also for recovery because it's helping with your energy source, your mitochondria in your cells. Your muscles need a lot of mitochondria and produce that ATP to be able to contract and to be able to do these athletic things that you're doing. So Myotrol is building to help build muscle and help maintain muscle when you're older and also when you're an athlete. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, build up the muscle, maintain your muscle mass, do a little bit of cardiovascular training, do a little bit of resistance training with weights, do some balancing exercises and stretching, and you're going to improve your overall health. All right. So please go to my store and get the Myotrol. And as you build up that muscle and you have more ATP, you're going to be ready for World War III on the streets of Detroit. Unbelievable. If Harris wins the election, you're not going to be able to sleep if you're a Republican. And if you're a Democrat and Trump wins, you're not going to be able to sleep. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. So you can get 3 cycles of REM sleep no matter who wins the election. And when you get 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, you are detoxifying your central nervous system. You're going to be well rested when you wake up, and you're consolidating memory. Sleep-deprived people, chronic sleep deprivation means you have lack of energy, lack of mental clarity, lack of consolidating memory, and you're not detoxifying your central nervous system. That's bad. And when it's chronic for years or decades, what can happen is that you can get early onset dementia. You don't want that. That's bad. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the Goodnight Formula just in case Harris wins or just in case Trump wins and you're the opposite party and you just can't sleep anymore. Go to my store, get the Goodnight Formula. I'll take care of you. All right. It has tryptophan and melatonin. All right. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a big board, and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Chino's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big.
You know the problem with Fox News is they're counting the chickens before they hatch. Trump needs to win Georgia. Trump needs to win North Carolina. Trump needs to win Pennsylvania or Michigan. And I'm really concerned of Trump winning Michigan or Pennsylvania because I don't feel that his ground game was strong enough.
Enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county.
So let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to win.
The evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost,
Right.
and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
Is her path narrowing as we get more into the
I
night?
think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And it started at 58%, and it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
Don't count the chickens until they hatch.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well, and he said
Stock market futures are also getting higher as well.
Futures
And
market is
just
pretty
to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break. I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. And 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess, some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final accounting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Vodcast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide, I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Where's that from?
AP Vodcast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And the
vote.
news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean,
Treasurer, let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story that's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so
It's a fascinating election.
County. This is
County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys? Yeah, I do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide coming. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers. All right, versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about. You do the math. 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County.
All right, Wisconsin. Right now, Wisconsin, it's almost a tie. It's 49.4 for Trump and 49.1 for Harris. So it's too close.
It's okay. Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago.
What the financial markets are showing is that oil's selling off, which is pro-Trump trade. And what the equity market is showing is it's trading right now at 5,885. It peaked at 5,894 in the futures market for the S&P 500. So that is pro-Trump, so the financial markets seem to be a little bit, thinking that Trump is potentially the winner, but who knows? I mean, I don't know. It's just way too close. Way too close. I mean, wouldn't it be
When we
ironic?
come back, I'll take
Wouldn't
you
it
to
be
Michigan, some
ironic?
things happening there.
Wouldn't it be ironic that he wins the popular vote but loses the electoral college just a hair? Because it's so damn close.
They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's gonna finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand
Well,
what it
can I ask
actually
you, because you just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the bet.
Amazing how there's problems with the machines in a key state.
Jesse, yeah, the video, right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening.
Hannity, I hope so, because if Harris is president, what's going to happen is it's going to get a lot worse in Europe with the Ukraine-Russian war. The Middle East is going to get worse. And President Xi is going to see that the United States has a weakened military that's spread too thin and is going to take Taiwan. And we're going to have World War III. And then who knows what happens on the streets of Detroit. I can't take it anymore.
24, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, it's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punched it up through Iowa. Everybody was talking about the poll. The more register, I mean, the chip, right?
The poll that will not be named.
That's correct. Until we get a little the backsheesh, right? 40%, you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is.
So it looks like that Trump will take Iowa.
This is all.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay. 8 points in 2016. 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
And even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how these raw votes will.
I mean, if Ohio, if Ohio is going for Trump, then that increases the probability that either Pennsylvania will go for Trump or Michigan will go for Trump. I hope so. I mean, I hope. But it is so damn close. I mean, this is like watching a Harvard-Yale game. I mean, shit.
He's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen. Ever. With all he's had thrown at him, I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like, yes, he's a tough guy. He's
That's a great
energetic, but it could be because of
Well, this is what, for the ones that haven't watched it, please watch the John Hogue episode 20, part 22. That's the that's the latest recording. It was his prediction of who's going to win. He said that Trump was going to win. All right. Hopefully he's right. But during our conversation in that recording, we talked about whatever they throw at Trump, it just makes him stronger. They think they're taking him down by doing the lawfare and going after him and demonizing him and all this stuff and impeachments and whatever. It just strengthens him because of his astrology is so chaotic that he feeds on that energy. He feeds on the chaos. His kryptonite is calmness. If it's calm, he's weakened. It's if it's chaotic, if the situation's chaotic, he feeds on it. All right. Why that works, I don't know. But that's the way he is. So this is the reason why every time they threw something at him, it bounced. He just came back stronger. It just bounced off of him, and he just the Teflon Don, right? I mean, but that's just his. He feeds on chaos. Now, this is a chaotic situation where it's so close. In key states like Michigan and Pennsylvania and Arizona. I mean, it's like, God, I would love to see Trump win and just see these liberal heads just explode. I mean, literally, most of New York's will just explode, like instantaneously, because there's so many liberals.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security.
All right. So before we cycle back to another commercial with Fox News, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. It's an antioxidant. It helps to get rid of senescent cells. That's really important to get cells that go into senescence stop dividing. Okay, because their telomere lengths get too short and they just stop dividing. But they collect toxins and just garbage, and the cell just doesn't. It's not as robust as when it was younger. So it's important to get rid of those cells. And sometimes in certain tissues, if you have adult stem cells, if you get rid of the senescent cells, then the adult stem cells are signaled to produce new cells. So your tissues are regenerated. All right. Resveratrol helps with that. So it's a antioxidant. It helps with mitochondrial health. So it helps with increasing energy levels, but it also helps to get rid of senescent cells. So that's really important. Right? It stacks really well with C60. It stacks really well with ubiquinol and NAD+. I'll talk about those later in the show, but resveratrol is something I've been taking for decades. And again, it stacks really well with strong antioxidants. So please go to my store and get the resveratrol. All right, let's go to live now because there's a Harris County clerk that is talking. I don't know what's going on in Texas here.
Okay, let me clarify. Meaning, if someone's in line by 7 p.m. tonight, how long could it take the last voter to vote? Well, we're going to find out tonight, right? This is election day. I can guarantee you that there is going to be plenty of voters in line by 7. We will take as much time at those vote centers as possible to vote all those voters. So buckle up, because it's going to be a long night, right? I'm going to go ahead and say that probably at least 10 or 20 times. We will process those voters. I imagine there's going to be more than a dozen locations that will still be voting voters. Could be 9 o'clock tonight. Could be 10 o'clock tonight. We will make sure that we're getting real-time information to know about how many are online, if there's additional support needed, additional, workers or anything of that nature to kind of help those lines. But it's hard to say. Those are the things, unfortunately, the county clerk can't predict.
All right, she says, buckle up. It's going to be a long night. That seems to be the sentiment for many clerks and election officials across the U.S. On this election day. This happening out in Harris County, Texas, moments ago, giving that election day update in the Texas area. On the right side of your screen, that top right box, a live look out in Philadelphia as ballots are being processed on this election day. And then that bottom box, a live look out in the Big Apple of New York City, a voting location there, as people are coming out on this Tuesday, November 5th, to exercise their right to vote. 12:57 is the time here on the East Coast, so let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
All right, we're going to jump over to Fox here. The Harris
Who's in this crowd? What is their connection to the vice president? Which groups were invited? We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in the basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes.
Is it that Harris is not going to show up just like Hillary Clinton in 2016? I hope so.
And with young.
All right, Jackie, let me just add.
Why did it shut down here? Come on. There we go.
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in DC. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Kidding me, Milwaukee.
Well, the county hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees, so they got fired.
You know, I think what's happening is that the election officials in Milwaukee probably are drinking too much beer, and they're just not moving fast enough.
These voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves have ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. Last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's
Let
going
me
to
get
be
this
late.
straight. America has companies like SpaceX that can launch rockets into space and have them come down vertically to be refueled to launch again. All right. We have supposedly devices that could be out in space like lasers and you know, cause havoc on the ground. We have all this smart weapon capability, and we're developing AI, and we have, you know, all this artificial intelligence stuff that's starting to emerge, and we can't run a fucking machine in Milwaukee to count ballots. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug of war election.
No shit,
and
Sherlock.
All I'm saying right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. The suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the
And
way
because
it's
of that
shaping
tug
up
of war, and we're a divided country, you need to get the good night formula, because no matter who wins, there's going to be half the country that can't sleep. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the good night formula. Get the 3 cycles of REM sleep that you need for to be well rested and to consolidate memory, because you don't want to forget this night.
It's better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
She still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
That's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning.
Has to win Pennsylvania and Michigan.
We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. I
really want to see the Bloomberg newscasters' heads explode when they say Trump won the election, because they are so anti-Trump.
A very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency, probably doing better than Biden would have done, because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America.
Think about how stupid that is. Okay, Biden's state is like a dead body. It's just a corpse. So if someone says, wow, our candidate that's running for the Democratic Party is doing better than a dead corpse, isn't that amazing? I mean, that doesn't mean much.
In 2020, this obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh, damn it. The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times tonight. But anyway, it got a lot of attention. It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of the gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll and Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because the reason is she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that. But she also ended up winning the caucus in Texas. Yes, so she had a good reputation.
Iowa just called Trump
on her screen, because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone's saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, it gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kelly, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go.
Come on, Trump.
Should you have counted on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? And look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little poll one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight. If you want to win the campaign, so she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so. If we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin, but it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Here, go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha. I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here. Okay, this is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, it's all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still vote out there too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again, but you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia, then I'll hit Pennsylvania, all right? Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hey, Paul. Yeah. Can
Hi.
you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, just one thing before, before you close out the night. I know you're not closing it out yet, but I just wanted to catch you before you did.
Yep.
One last thing about that, that book I had mentioned that talking about a 2025 Al-Qaeda plan to attack America.
Yeah.
If you think about it, the border has been wide open.
Right.
And and also Afghanistan can print sort of false because they have the passport machines, and Taliban is part of, according to this book, the Taliban is working with Al-Qaeda, so they can print, and what they're doing is they're training new fighters now that are not in the biometric databases, and so they're giving them these passports, and then they're coming to America. So anyway, but for another day, but I hope maybe I can do a bunch of research, say prepare like an hour of material or whatever it is, and maybe we could talk again after the election. Hopefully Trump wins, and then we could just kind of, I don't know, I really, if you're interested.
For sure. Just just reach out to me, through email or through X, and we'll schedule something to go over the material.
Yeah, and what I'll try to do is I'll try to prepare a bunch of material, and then so I'll have things that the audience might be interested in.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Paul, and keep up the good work. And I'll just be on listen mode here.
Okay. All right. Thank you
so much. Okay.
Right, bye.
And whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden Harris to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall, since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years with the exception of 2016. They went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting it. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in a 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now in where we are, does she only have to win the blue wall just for the sake of the audience to win it? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
So the blue wall remains what we have.
She has one big path. Yeah, he's got two paths, but you got to get one of
Is
them.
that true, Bill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fire.
She got 191 now.
Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2. Well, we got to go a long way. So just
he's doing.
It'll take me a while to get
He's
there.
just doing hypothetical.
Okay. So she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, let's just pretend that she's gonna win. Kemmer, come on.
Nebraska, Hawaii, oh yeah. Okay, so that's why I didn't want to do it because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so. We'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona unless you got something else to do. Let me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night, and Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead.
I am just concerned that he loses the Electoral College but wins the popular, which would be kind of like poetic, weird flip, with what happened with Hillary. I mean, God, come on.
The slide again, okay, and go back to 2020, and this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite. All right, but Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day 2024 and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there too. This thing could go higher. Anyway,
it's a little outside the margin of error. Okay.
So basically, they're saying that the whole Iowa poll that was saying that Harris was going to win, it was totally fair. It was totally false. For whatever reason, either sampling error or maybe it was just contrived to try to, build up some sort of fake momentum for her.
The vote there, but just note Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is in fact slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump.
That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Bloomberg here.
It's also telling a huge.
We're seeing close to a 20 basis point move on a 10-year yield. And with that, you're seeing a much stronger dollar against the whole of G10. So what do you get? A weaker Japanese yen.
Oil's going down.
The Nikkei rips, extends its gain to more than 3%. What are you seeing on the Chinese currency side of things? The offshore yuan, the loss is reaching 1%. So we've got a much stronger US dollar off the back of these.
There's a little bit of a sell-off from the high point for this equity
market. Of Evercore, who jumps on the phone for us and can speak to us in person. Sarah, thanks for joining us. I just want to understand from your perspective, has anything changed? Has anything surprised you? Can you justify some of the moves we're seeing in financial markets?
Well, there is certainly some concerning data coming out, particularly in the exit polls for Vice President Harris. I think we always believed there was a path for her, even if she didn't do well in the Sun Belt, which looks increasingly unlikely. But we did, I think she was hoping to see more of a woman wave, if you will, wanting to see women as a higher percent of the electorate than we saw in 2020. And right now that is not borne out. In fact, in Georgia, from the exit polls, it looks like women were a slightly lower percent of the electorate. She has also had some challenges with African-American men, particularly in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. So there are things that are concerning, but I will tell you that the Harris campaign does still believe there is a path, and they do think some things have gotten a bit ahead of themselves. So
go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If Harris wins, most likely they're going to start spraying the skies more with chemtrails because they want to, block out the sun, and they want to make sure that your food quality isn't as great. So it's really important to detoxify your body. Make sure you filter your water. I use zero water filter system. You can get that on Amazon. It's a 5-level filtration system. It's a very good filtration system. I've been using it for almost 2 decades now. And, just filter your water, get those chemicals out, get the fluoride out of your water, all right? Because fluoride makes you stupid, all right? Don't be a Democrat. You don't want fluoride. And you want to eat foods that are just higher quality. Stop eating processed foods, stop eating packaged foods. Try to get, fresh produce, organically grown, that sort of thing if you can. But just improve your food quality, all right? And filter your water. The next step is to take zeolite. Zeolite is a negatively charged molecule, and it will attach to positively charged molecules like heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals like forever chemicals. And what happens is that it'll allow you to urinate that out in about 6 to 8 hours. So you're detoxifying your body. And that's really important. So take zeolite. You can take every day throughout the year round. Just put a couple drops underneath your tongue and drink it with filtered water once a day, every day. All right? It's like a maintenance. Or some people prefer to just do a detox once or twice a year. And how you do that is take a few drops underneath your tongue, all right? Just a few drops underneath your tongue. Drink the filtered water until you use up the bottle. And then do that once or twice a year. It's up to you. But you can take this zeolite year-round. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite, detoxify your body. Make sure you filter your water, and make sure you eat foods that are higher quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, what's going on?
Look out, 'cause you have you also check with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds.
All right, everyone's in commercial right now. Another thing, because they're talking about weight loss, a lot of people don't realize that adipose tissue, fat cells, so adipose tissue accumulates toxins, right? So when you lose weight, you are expelling out those toxins, right? But when you're burning those fat cells and some of those toxins are being released into your bloodstream, it's important to take zeolite to be able to soak up those toxins and those heavy metals so you can urinate it out as you're losing weight. A lot of people don't realize that adipose tissue has a buildup of toxins. And this is part of the reason why some people start having headaches, or they have nausea or something if they're doing weight loss. That it's not the only reason, but that's part of the reason why people may have headaches when they start to have weight loss, or they may not feel as well when they're having weight loss because they're releasing these toxins that have been built up in their adipose tissue for years. So, that's another takeaway is that you want to do weight loss, but also soak up some of those toxins that have been building up in your adipose tissue over the years. Okay. I have C60. C60 is a very strong antioxidant. I have it in extra virgin olive oil, MCT coconut oil, and avocado oil. I have it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, and an 8 ounce configuration. C60 is a molecule. It's a carbon molecule that's 60 carbons. It's a buckyball. It looks like a soccer ball, and it soaks up free radicals. It is very potent. You take a teaspoon a day, and by doing that day in and day out, there's a compound effect, and you're soaking up all those free radicals. You're reducing the stress of the cells. The cells are healthier. Your mitochondria are healthier. You're going to have more energy. That's good for your immune system. That's good for your endocrine system. That's good for the cellular processes. It's good for your muscles. It's good for your neurons because you need a lot of healthy mitochondria to be able to create neurotransmitters. So please go to my store, get the C60, take it every day, and you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process. Your mental acuity is going to be better. You're going to have higher energy levels. Your immune system is going to be better, and your endocrine system is going to be better. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the C60 because it soaks up free radicals, and it really slows down the aging process and the stress on the cell. All right, back to Fox News.
Campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. Earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped. And people are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the...
Don't count your chickens until they hatch. Michigan hasn't come in. Pennsylvania hasn't come in. And oh, by the way, you remember this was the same thing that happened in 2020. Right before we go to bed, we thought Trump won. We wake up in the morning and Trump lost. How the hell did that happen? Oh, we know. Something happened at 4 o'clock in the morning. Don't count the chickens until they hatch.
Continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. We don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. We have some new guests who have joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
All right.
And as we get ready for the top of the
in 9
hour,
seconds.
we'll make some new calls.
Calls first, and then we'll get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decision desk can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic Northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216.
Think about it. Harris wants California, Oregon, and Washington State. Bunch of liberals. But Trump wins Idaho, where they make potatoes.
Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they're going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say we know there's significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we're seeing signs of strong
the thing is like
performance.
with Reagan, he was able to take California. And California's been such a blue state, for so long, post Reagan. It's just like, it's difficult. This thing would be over if
Adam Schiff
California
will
win
win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race, and Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel: Brig Hume, Dan Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarloff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling at this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we're certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party and how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map. But it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. Mm-hmm. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is, how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself, and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on? And regardless of whatever ends up happening here,
please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the NAD+. This helps to repair DNA damage. It also helps with boosting up your energy levels, and it helps to improve the health of your neurons. So please go to my store and get the NAD+. It stacks well with C60, resveratrol, and ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the active form for CoQ10. It is an antioxidant. It helps to increase your energy levels, and it helps with the health of your neurons. Again, it is synergistic with NAD+ and C60. So please go to my store and get the ubiquinol. This is the active form for CoQ10. This is the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can buy.
I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs who want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job of getting to where she is.
Virginia here.
It would be good for them to lose tonight.
First in the rules is
Reset.
October 14th.
The last time that records were sent to registrars was October 14th.
Michelle Hankerson, do you have a question?
This is Virginia Department of Elections. What's the
We
question?
can't hear you. Okay, I'm going to go to Megan Polly. Do you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can.
Okay. Okay. Just to follow up, just to clarify, so the October 14th, can you explain, that was the last time, what did you say exactly? And if you're hearing from anyone this morning about, you know, people who've had their registration canceled, if people are reaching out to you.
So again, every eligible voter in Virginia, we want them to vote today. If they have any issue with their registration, they can do that at their polling place through same-day registration. That is available to everyone who is an eligible voter in Virginia. To explain the process of what happens at the DMV, an individual walks into the DMV as part of their
jumping out of the whole Virginia Department of Election press and jumping into Bloomberg here. What's going on with Bloomberg?
Every time he clinches a state, the same thing actually happens too when Republicans clinch some critical down ballot races, because as you've been covering all day on Bloomberg, this is just as much about whether or not we will get divided government. Now, we are still expecting former President Donald Trump to come out and address the crowd later tonight. They have put out his podium. We know as of right now, he is currently at Mar-a-Lago, which is about a 10-minute drive from where we are at the Palm Beach Convention Center. He did say earlier today that he didn't prepare multiple speeches, that he knows what he's going to say if he wins, that he doesn't want to think about it if he does not. Now, John, sources familiar do tell us that right now he is surrounded by some big donors as well as members of his inner circle. Those names include people like Elon Musk, Scott Bessent, Steve Wynn, and Trump's co-chair of his transition team, Howard Lutnick.
Thank you, Tyler. Kayla, I'm looking at this memo the Harris campaign has sent around to staff. They're saying they continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states. They've known that along this entire time, their clearest path was going to be the blue wall states. What is the Harris campaign looking at right now when it comes to Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin?
Well, I can tell you here in the headquarters, supporters have been anxiously watching the Jumbotron stream, showing results coming in real time. They've been cheering every time Harris has been showing in the lead, but throughout the night, those margins have been getting closer. We saw Democrats really enthusiastic coming into tonight about the early vote. Republicans tend to vote day of, and those margins are starting to come in. And I've been on the road with Harris the past couple days, and she has really been stressing she wants her volunteers, she wants her campaign to lead it all on the field. And we're just gonna have to see in the days to come, in the hours to come, whether or not that push was successful, and the enthusiasm we've seen in fundraising, on social media, with their ground game.
The bottom line is this: Michigan and Pennsylvania need to hold the line for the Republican Party. This is our Gettysburg. This is it. The Civil War could have been lost if Gettysburg was lost. But the Union forces won. This is our Gettysburg. And we cannot lose this.
Coming out of exit polling, he's outperforming his 2020 map. So that bodes well for him. Now, does this bleed over to the blue wall? Unsure. Charles still thinks that she can still carry those 3 key states.
Which is why you might have to stay up a whole lot longer from here. Equity futures right now, the S&P 500 higher by 1.2%. The small caps absolutely ripping. Earlier on, they were higher by 3%. Right now, we're higher by 2.4%. In the bond market, treasuries lower, much cheaper, much weaker, yields much higher, up 17 basis points to 4.44. The moves are global. The dollar's stronger. The Mexican peso is weaker. Dollar Mex up by 2.6%. The Chinese currency weaker. The yen weaker. The equity market moves global as well. The Nikkei 225 rallying by 2.5%. More on the markets, on the scores. The score right now, 214, 187. Trump leads Harris with more still to come. Coming up next, the latest in the race to 270. Election night 2024 continues.
In Ohio and one in Indiana that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win, but this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK, they lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change, and I think people are reacting to that.
You have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. Yeah. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought, that the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. And it's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big, big issue. These 3 Democrats may have run up against a challenge that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. Brett, the answer is a resounding unfortunate for me. Yes, I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund on McConnell's, basically the pact to keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices there.
So oil keeps on trading lower. It's at 71.31, and the dollar relative to the euro is strengthening. Euro USD is at 1.076, and we were at 1.09 right at the beginning of the election night.
Only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
it's down.
Just keep going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 point. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan, and there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Election night on Fox News Channel is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
HO, thank you. More from Joe in about 10 minutes' time. This just speaks again to the lean we've seen in this market towards Trump, towards Republicans. Danny has more. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Yeah, the results might be a slight lean. The market's a huge lean. The bond market has been sending a clear signal all night, and that is one of pricing in a Trump victory. You can see for both your 10 and 30-year yields higher by about 17 basis points. 10-year yield stands at 4.44. I just want to go over some of the global ramifications that this is having, especially with the Asia trade up and running. I believe it's the lunch break in Hong Kong. Regardless, you are seeing a dollar yen that has been on the move. We are at a July high of 153. Now, Mizuho says at 155, if we get there, that is the level to start to expect some jaw voting, some intervention from officials. The other fear coming into this market, does this mean that the BOJ will be hiking in December if this sticks? Yields are moving higher in Japan because of that, and equities are liking it. Specifically, the banks, the Topix banks, you can see there moving 4.5% higher yields. The banks cheer that. So overall, that means the Nikkei up some 2.4%, John.
Danny, thank you. And here's another reason. We have another projection, a key battleground state. Trump wins North Carolina.
Fuck yeah.
North Carolina with
Fuck yeah.
bringing 16 more electoral votes for Donald Trump. His total right now 230 to Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
179. North Carolina, of course, one of the Sun Belt states that the Trump campaign was feeling incredibly confident about when Joe Biden was still in this race, less so once Kamala Harris entered. And yet, according to the Associated Press, he has been able to pull it off in that state. With 89% of the votes counted, it looks like he's going to win by a margin of just under 3 percentage points. At least that's where we stand right now. Now, this does mean that the path is getting more narrow for Kamala Harris. We've been reiterating all evening that she has to win one of 3 states. North Carolina was one of them. Now that that is off the table, call for Donald Trump. She will either need to win Georgia or Pennsylvania, and the race in those 2 states remains too close to call. Pennsylvania, of course, has 19 electoral votes right now. 76% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump is leading 51% to 47.9%. In Georgia, with 90% of the vote in, he is up by nearly 3 points. Again, North Carolina now taken off the board for Kamala Harris, called for Donald Trump with its 16 electoral votes. He's now at 230, Harris at 179 in the race to 270, John.
He is 40 away. Katie Knight, thank you. Anne-Marie, your take.
Well, in North Carolina, he won in 2016 and in 2020. So it did look like the Republicans were going to be able to hold this state, even though we do know the governorship went to a Democrat. But this is normal for North Carolina. They like to split their tickets. What's interesting is that reading the tea leaves over the course of the past 2 weeks,
What is interesting here,
a lot of stops in North Carolina.
What is interesting here
with
with Bloomberg is just that they're calling North Carolina, but Fox News hasn't yet. Why? Why is that?
All right, futures higher after a big miss on that payrolls.
To a global audience, where we are at 230 to 187. How narrow is the path now for Harris? Look, she's got to win the blue wall. She's got to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. She'll win the congressional district in Nebraska, but she still has a path. You know, again, I remember 4 years ago, exactly at this time, the markets had moved, the betting markets and financial markets had moved to a Trump reelect, and we didn't know the results till Saturday. I don't think it's going to take that long, but we're not going to know the result tonight. I think she's still definitely in the fight. Again, as I said earlier, I think the mistake on her campaign's part was creating an expectation that was too high that she was going to win North Carolina, and it would be.
You know, the problem with the Democratic Party, the problem with the Harris campaign is that the expectation of her even running, they should have never had her run because she wasn't battle tested. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the NAC. I've added this to my daily routine, my daily protocol. The reason why I added it was that many anti-aging gurus and longevity experts were getting positive results from NAC. The way it works is that it boosts up your glutathione levels. Glutathione is another pathway to soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with C60. By increasing your glutathione levels, you're soaking up those free radicals in another way, and you're bringing down the stress on your cells. In addition, this helps to bring down that sympathetic nervous system overactivation. A lot of people have too much anxiety, right? So this helps to calm that down, to calm that sympathetic nervous system down. And NAC can help to detoxify your liver and your kidney. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take NAC, boost up your glutathione levels, and soak up those free radicals. It is synergistic with C60. And vitamin K2, MK7, this is a dual purpose vitamin. This will help with your bones, but also for your cardiovascular system. So please take vitamin K2. This is the MK7 molecule, and it stacks well with vitamin D3. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Why hasn't Fox News called North Carolina? Very strange.
So I think it's actually going to be tricky to kind of figure out how exactly to play going forward. I think at the moment we're not going to be doing much of anything, right? We're going to sit, we're going to watch, we're going to observe, and we're going to decide over time, because we do have things like the Fed cutting rates, China policy response on Friday, seasonality, the best 3 months of the year right now, positioning, technicals. There's a lot of things that on the underlying fundamentals, including, most importantly, earnings, have been very robust. And that's what we have to remember as investors. All of this stuff ultimately is kind of noise. What really drives stocks is earnings. And we've seen that over the last couple of years. Charles and I were talking.
This is really weird.
Right?
This is very strange. All right, we have Bloomberg calling North Carolina for Trump. We also have Live Now calling North Carolina for Trump, but Fox has not. Why? Why is that? What's going on? Is there something? I mean, it could be, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's strange.
It's Trump. That voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan. And even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianna Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianna. This is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right. That's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with, and that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, that there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
You know, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, that former prosecutor, she said, I'm the top cop. She, you know, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Go blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm the F436. I see the error of my ways. You know, I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Caleb McGee White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and then we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Yeah, but
why haven't they called
Trace,
North
thank you very
Carolina?
much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. I just want to point out two things in Wisconsin, and I want to compare that to what's happening
This is
in
the point I'm
Pennsylvania, because I
making.
think there's a trend.
It doesn't matter at the population level. It matters at the electoral college level. So if he's winning, if he's improving his margins at the cities, but it's not winning the state for him, it doesn't matter. So I'm concerned that he wins the popular vote and he actually loses the electoral college. You know, this is why we can't count our chickens until they hatch.
It goes here on the cross, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back.
What's
to
going on with North Carolina?
Hang on 1 second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here.
So Bloomberg is saying 230 for Trump and 187, I think it was, for Harris. But we have Fox News that is calling Trump at 216 and Harris at 193. So what, come on, guys. What's going on here? Throughout most of the night, Bloomberg was lagging.
And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and 300,000, right?
What the hell is going on?
That's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back. Oftentimes in Pennsylvania, if you're a Democrat, running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen. Come on back to 2024, and you guys are asking how come we can't call North Carolina?
Yeah, why not? Come on,
maybe
Bloomberg
closer, because Mecklenburg is in, and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford, that's Greensboro. You got a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's see. The Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see what the 134,000.
I don't know.
So
Trump,
2.7.
Bloomberg saying that Trump won North Carolina.
On a percentage basis, it has not much.
In Pennsylvania, according
Trump
to Bloomberg, is 51% for Trump.
I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. I'm up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. In Democrats score their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb
Come
County.
on, Trump, you gotta win.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see
You know what
how
that
it
reminds me of?
It's 4 years ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016.
Yeah.
John Podesta came out.
Yeah, exactly. Trump looked like he was winning. Trump looked like he was winning, and then we wake up in the morning and 4 o'clock in the morning, something happens. Oh my God. I feel like it's deja vu all over again. Amazing. All right, AP is projecting Trump winning North Carolina.
What if, instead of giving a holiday makeover to some stranger's house,
What the hell is going on in North Carolina?
The North Carolina vote, they love to split their ticket.
That's right. Yeah, we've had lots of examples of split tickets in the past. Democratic governors have won the last roughly decades of elections here. We've had a Democratic attorney general since the 1800s, and we haven't had a Democrat win as president since 2008. So exactly what you're saying. Split tickets, not something is surprising here in North Carolina, but certainly a disappointment for Democrats.
Yeah, appreciate the update. Thank you. New projection, Harris wins New Mexico. The latest tally, 230 to 192. On the balance of power, here's Joe Matthew. Hey, Joe.
Hey, we warned you that it was going to be a long time before we could call the House, that New York was going to take a while, but also factor heavily into the way that the balance of power is decided in the House of Representatives. We just got one from the New York delegation here. Nick LaLota keeps his seat, winning his House race in New York State. Republicans hold on in the challenge by John Avlon. This is a Long Island district, and it's one that we can check the box on as we're joined by Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Guys, we've seen some pretty important news break in the last half hour or so. Ohio is where I want to start with you, Jeannie, right now as our Democrat. Sherrod Brown, so much for the populism. The folksy guy with the frumpy jacket, he's still lost to Republican Bernie Moreno. There was a thought that we could see some true ticket splitting in that state. What happened?
I think the reality is so much of our politics today has become nationalized, and it was going to be very tough for Sherrod Brown to win in a state that is so red. And of course, you've got Donald Trump at the top of this ticket. For Sherrod Brown to hold that out, he's never been tested like this because his last two elections were in non-presidential years. So he knew it was going to be tough, but here we have Bernie Moreno. He came from behind. A lot of the polls for a while showed Sherrod Brown far ahead in that state, or at least ahead. But tonight that has ended. And so it is becoming increasingly difficult to imagine that Democrats hold the Senate.
I'll tell you. People need to really pay attention, okay? It's really close. If there's no impropriety that's going on with this election and Harris wins, okay, that's fine. But if it shows one of those jump diffusions, like you saw in Venezuela elections, or like in 2020, where you had Biden trailing Trump you know, and then all of a sudden the 4 a.m. jump. All right. Those are statistical signals that there was impropriety in the election. If we see that again in the morning, then our country was overthrown by a deep state. Okay? And that we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. Now, hopefully there's enough lawyers all over the place to stop that from happening. All right? But statistically, you can't have that happen from one general election to another general election. I mean, all you got to do is just look at the data sets from prior general elections for presidents, all right? And you probably would not see that jump. Why did it happen in 2020? Was it an anomaly, or was just a natural anomaly with no impropriety, or was there impropriety taking place? Oh, I'm willing to bet that there was impropriety taking place. All right, so why don't we, the signal is the jump diffusion, right? Hopefully that does not happen. But the way this is all set up, we're not going to know who the winner is by the time we go to bed tonight. We'll maybe know in the morning, or maybe the day after. But if there is a jump diffusion, there's something fishy going on. And so when Harris tells her crowd, oh, you finished, strong, go get some sleep and we'll finish strong tomorrow. The votes are already in. What do you got to do? You can't do anything. They're just counting votes. Pray. Maybe they need to pray. Or maybe they need to get a bunch of Ferraris and drive them down, Woodward Avenue in Wayne County in Michigan, and just, drop off some ballots. God. It's crazy. I'll tell you, if there's a jump diffusion in the data set, there's no doubt in my mind that there was a stolen election.
That's 270. One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like
Bloomberg is saying 192 to 230.
Rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run.
Fox News is saying 193 to 216.
That issue, I think, they say, well, we know, and we've seen all of this. What we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top of that, despite these character issues that were so drilled on by Kamala Harris in this campaign.
I think you make a really important point, and two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New York Times. They followed this group of undecided voters. This voter said, pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like them. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald
Trump is winning Michigan by 51.7% to 46.6%, 38% of the votes in.
Perhaps not just realigns the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? For years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering. That inflation, wasn't happening, then it was transitory, then we just had to deal with it, even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the campaign has struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high. But their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with the number of groups that they're saying, touching on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting
and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an
And
answer.
now
for those
Harris
folks
is at 198.
They tried to.
But they still have the Trump at 216.
Guy.
Should be 230.
In 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes from Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him like the voter you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in definitely thinking it was a better deal back then.
You know what? Let's cut the bullshit. All right. The reality of the situation is this: Trump needs to win. All right. Trump needs to win. He needs to win Georgia. He needs to win North Carolina. It looks like he won North Carolina according to Bloomberg. He needs to win Pennsylvania or Michigan. And I believe he has to win Arizona to get to the 270 plus. If there's a jump diffusion for Harris to win, it means the election was fraudulent. It's that simple. If there was a jump overnight, when we go to bed, if we don't know the winner tonight, then they stole our election again. Because statistically, that can't fucking happen. Naturally. Now, the question is, what will the American public do when they have a statistical signal to show that the Democratic Party stole the election again? I'm not saying that it's going to be there. I'm just saying that if it's there in the morning, then that's 100% a signal that the election was stolen.
All day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think
And see what they're doing. What it seems to me, what it seems to me is that if it gets really close, right? The polls are really close. The election night's really close. So for the average citizen, it's plausible that maybe she won. But if you look at, third world countries and how they're overthrown by warlords, and cheating elections, guess what? When you look at these machines that count the vote, they happen to have that jump diffusion that I'm talking about. Why is that? Because that's how those machines work to flip the election. And statistically, think about it this way. Did you have the jump diffusion for the Obama elections, either with Mitt Romney or against McCain? No. Did you have it during the Bill Clinton versus George Bush? No, you didn't have it there. You didn't have it there during the Reagan years. Didn't have it there during the Carter years. Didn't have it there during the Nixon years, right? Didn't have it there before. But you have it there when you have third world countries that are overthrown. And you have it there in the 2020 election. Now, what's the common denominator? The machine. And that statistical signal of a jump diffusion. If there's a jump diffusion in the morning, they stole the fucking election. Because statistically, that can't happen.
Sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been three big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that
so if there's a jump diffusion, all you data analysts, all you statisticians, you need to get up on the battlefield and you need to scream bloody hell, bloody murder. If there's a jump diffusion in the morning, I'm telling you, if there is, the election was stolen.
race to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press.
All right, now Trump is at 232. They finally called.
Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of.
Harris
He's
is
made
at
6
211.
congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live in the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states. That all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
Well, I bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome.
I hope
One
so.
source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing
Too narrow to overcome unless we do something strange at 4 o'clock in the morning that gives you a jump diffusion. That's a statistical signal that we stole the election. You know, it is so sad that statisticians and data scientists didn't scream bloody hell with that jump diffusion. And then in Venezuela, they had a similar jump diffusion. You kidding me? With these machines? And then you had the mainstream media telling you that, you know what? Everything was kosher. Yeah, bullshit.
That point and a half, and we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise. That he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes.
I've been going on since 7 o'clock. Actually, a little bit before 7, and it is now 11:50. I need to shut this down, or I'm going to have a heart attack. But I thank everybody for watching and listening. There is a request for someone to say something for you on Spaces. I just ran out of time. I apologize, not taking your call. But thank you very much for listening and paying attention and going along with my diatribe on this. But trust me on this, all right? I know a little bit about statistics since I have a Ph.D., all right? It is statistically impossible for 2 general elections to have a jump diffusion without some sort of election impropriety. Full stop. If there is a jump diffusion in the morning, the election was stolen. Period. Now the question is what the American public going to fucking do about it? Now, if you don't believe me, take a look at what happened in Venezuela. All right? If you don't believe me, take a look at the data sets of prior elections before 2020. What did it look like? Do you have these jump diffusions? No. So, all right. But thank you very much for listening. I need to shut this thing down. It's time to go to bed, but don't count the chickens until they hatch. Trump has not won yet. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.